Each way that the wind blows, gonna fall out, la 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 la. Each way that the wind blows, gonna follow. Each way that the wind blows, I'm gonna follow. Ooh, yeah. Falling and wishing that I come to you. Hold me now, now when we'll bring it to you. When I'm breezy, your face, hitting your skin. Hoping I'm longing for your embrace. Said it feels so nice. You make me wanna sing the same song twice. I said that feeling so nice. You make me wanna wanna sing the same song twice. Ooh, yeah. La da da da. Ooh, 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 la la la. Ooh, yeah. La da da da. Ooh, 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 la la. To the way that I've been used to stay the same no matter what season. Well, yeah, I'm into the way that I've been used to stay the same no matter what season. Ooh, yeah. La da da da.
Link up with Chris and Sabrina at 637-0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Come and take a ride. Jigo is my home and I'ma rap it till I die. I'm riding through my village in the 653. I'll guarantee that you'll never wanna leave. I'm riding through my village. Come and take a ride. Jigo is my city and I'll rap it till I die. We'll come up to the north. I'll show you how we ride. It's 653. Y'all better recognize. Well, Jigo is my hometown. I'm from the 653. Guaranteed I'm gonna hold it down. This song is for the gigolos. I put it on for my village and I'll show you how we really do. A Dapper Boom and stand up. From Emsley to Matog, what channel the chance, dog, put it up. I'm riding through my village and we're chillin', bruh. To all my homies in back row, what's really good? I hear you haters talking, but keep on hater walking. It's 65-3, and we gon' keep it poppin'. Jigo is on the rise, you better recognize. And if you talking trash, we gonna black that eye. Now cruise it down to Wistic, then wipe our power states. Drinking and reminiscing, listening to this song play. What up to 505, me show the 506. What up to Jigo, throw it up and represent. I'm riding through my village, come and take a ride. Jigo is my home and I'ma rap it till I die. I'm riding through my village in the 653. I'll guarantee that you'll never wanna leave. I'm riding through my village, come and take a ride. Jigo is my city and I'll rap it till I die. We'll come up to the north, I'll show you how we ride. It's 653, y'all better recognize.
Every day's get back and in my ville we keep it cracking, cause it feels like summertime and everybody is relaxing. Welcome to Jigo with the cliff line breeze blow. We pesca for Bernardo and the Popany, he trees grow. The weather's just right, that's why I'm loving my life. Left Cali in 06 with Candoza on a flight. Hopped out the plane and Jigo started to rain. It was 89 degrees, I thought the weather was insane, but I had to get back and adapt to my roots. I used to say, but now it's escalator shoot. Quick drives on my dog and Quicksilver on my feet. I used to spit the hypey music, now I flow the island beats. Up at 9 in the morning, everybody starts laughing. Turn on the radio, the Malfunction show was cracking. I was raised in the north in the 653, home of the gigolos. Wistic is where I be.
I'm riding through my village, come and take a ride. Jigo is my home and I'ma rap it till I die. I'm riding through my village in the 653. I'll guarantee that you'll never wanna leave. I'm riding through my village, it till I die. We'll come up to the north, I'll show you how we ride. If 653, y'all better recognize.
Rosinya uli di sombranzelten meg e zuita saluda antes di niga Radzaudzan malakes frezas durante todo il memu a nogi distancia como gupugi palu zangiman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera co esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentami ti man ko badi
Nafas ofuam Zeus protege land warm.
Hey, good morning, Jason.
Is it morning? Because by
Dark.
the looks of Joser's camera, it's kind of dark.
It is a little dark out there. Good morning, though, and welcome to the first Tuesday of 2022. The link.
But, you know, Johnny Kaisan in our comment stream has the comment of the year, I want to say. He goes, hello from Chuk. Let's all be good to each other.
Wow. Ron and M.
Rananim, Johnny.
Wi-Fi is going strong over there in the FSM. Good morning, my friend Johnny. Who else we got here on our Facebook Live feed? Sorry about yesterday, guys. Man, I got hit with the worst stomach bug.
Okay, I was just going to cut in there and say, we actually said when Vic suddenly jumped in, we said, oh, Chris is on special assignment.
Yeah, really special assignment.
we weren't saying Chris ascended to the throne.
Yeah.
So you're all right now? You had a little bit of
I still feel a little weak, but you know this thing.
You had a tummy ache.
There's very funny. There's a lot of people who are getting this like stomach thing.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I know a bunch of people who have got. I don't know if it was a viral thing or if it was something I ate, but it was like the absolute worst ever. I could not. I came in yesterday, but I was just so weak. That I just had to go, and then sitting in this chair just reminded me of sitting
on the throne.
And it was like, so anyway, here I am. Hi,
Your Majesty, King Chris has assumed the porcelain throne.
Yeah, so it was just,
Okay.
Go ahead.
You realize that by you saying that, you know, something's going around, and by the three of us being like in the same
Yeah, I know, I'm
confined
sorry.
room, that doesn't exactly.
You guys are good, though.
Oh,
You're good.
yeah, thank you,
should be
Dr.
good.
Barnett.
Yeah, you're good. So I don't know.
In the last 24 hours, apparently you got an epidemiology degree.
you know, I've been on the link of a degree by absorption. So it was a crazy. Started feeling it Sunday, and I woke up Sunday. I couldn't even go to church. It was so bad, and I just, oh God, it was both ends, first of all. Okay, good morning, by the way, graphic content. You may be disturbed by the subject of this conversation.
you would normally give that disclaimer before.
Right, yeah, sorry.
At the top.
So it started Sunday morning, but the thing is, I had promised the kids that I was going to take them to go see Spider-Man No Way Home on Sunday at Tango Theaters. And so thank you to my friends at Tango Theaters for hooking that up. And they were like, no, just stay home, because I was just kind of out of it. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to rough it. Right? Be a man, they said. And so we went to
You're crazy.
Yeah, we went to the theater, and on the way to the theater, I was like, you know, when you got a stomach thing and you don't eat anything, you don't drink anything, and then you think like, okay, maybe I'm okay now, and then you introduce something into your body.
What did you introduce?
Hoping it's okay. So I ate those little Korean tangerines. I ate one of those, and then I had me there's this like protein shake thing, the lean body one.
Okay,
like,
let me break this down for you, because
Yeah.
apparently this didn't cross your mind. Stomach flu. Think of it in terms of mathematics, right?
Yeah.
Stomach flu plus citric acid
yeah,
plus essentially powdered dairy.
yeah. Not a good mix.
Not a good
Definitely
result.
not. Definitely not. I should have listened to my mom. I was like, oh no. She's like, I'm telling you, don't eat that tangerine. That acid's gonna mess you up. It's like, no, I got this.
And how fitting that you actually watched
Spider-Man. No Way Home.
No
because
Way Home,
There
because
was no
you
way
were
home
all
for
the
me.
way in
Yes.
Dedido.
Yeah.
Dedido
I stay
to
in
Ipan's a long way.
And so we got to the movies, got the seats and everything, and like the first 45 minutes of the movie, I was just sitting in the movie theater chair, just like tense. I was just so tense. It was funny. Couldn't enjoy the movie. About an hour in,
You had some Major League Kakanu going on. Right?
and about an hour in, I was like, I can't even anymore. So I went over to I almost died in the Micronesia Mall Theater bathroom, first of all. Moral of the story, if you think you can rough it for a 3-hour Marvel movie, you can't. Don't do it.
What the hell is wrong with you?
So I went in, and it was the worst, bro. I really thought that my whole thing when I went into that bathroom was like, I am not going to pass out and get found on the floor by somebody in the rumors. People are going to take pictures. You know what I mean? That's all I was thinking about. But I was so out of it, man. I was on all fours in front of the toilet, and then I had to turn around and do the other side. It was just the worst. And I was in there for like 30 minutes.
By the way, good morning to those of you who are sitting down to breakfast right now.
Yeah, good morning. Sorry, guys. It is what it is. So I was in there for like 30 minutes, and none of my kids came to check on me. That was the killer. I was like, oh, and I kept waiting for that. Dad, are you okay? They didn't. I came back in after all that, and they They were just glued. It's a great movie, by the way. Awesome movie.
Because they're probably like, it was like, kids, man, do you guys want to check on, like Dad or anything like that? I didn't show up. No, Dad, shut up, man. This is the part with Andrew Garfield.
Yeah, pretty
This is
much.
what everybody's talking about on Twitter.
Pretty much.
Okay, let me ask though, when it comes to movies, did you watch the stinger of the movie? Did you actually wait until after the credits because apparently there's two. There's a stinger right after the credits that you got to wait for, and then another one a couple minutes after that. It's weird.
Yeah, there's like 2 end credit scenes.
Yeah.
Great. It was a great movie. I'm a big Marvel fan, so totally loved the movie. Even with the bathroom experience, it was still very awesome.
But they brought everybody back for this
They
one,
did.
right?
Yeah,
Jamie Foxx was in there.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Was it Topher Grace? Wait, was Topher Grace in there? Because he was the first Venom.
No, he was not. Yeah.
Topher Grace was not.
So they had
okay.
Sandman, the dude from Wings,
Yeah.
right? What's his name again? I want to say it's like something Church.
Yeah.
And then they had Jamie Foxx as
of
Electro.
all the citations you can note on his IMDb, but he's the guy from Wings, and then
Well, you remember Wings, right?
then, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, it worked. So good.
And they had Dr. Octopus, Alfred Molina.
Yeah.
That was good. It was a good movie. It was great.
Okay, as a comic book nerd, who is your favorite nemesis of Spider-Man? Because Spider-Man's fought everybody, and
Yeah.
if you remember, if you're old school like Chris and I, Spider-Man's fought all the bad guys. Plus, he's also fought Iron Man. He's fought Wolverine. He's fought the Punisher.
The Hulk,
He's fought the Hulk, which is crazy.
Yeah.
When he fought Wolverine, he messed Wolverine up. I remember that.
Yeah, so it was a great movie. I loved it.
Okay, so who's your favorite Spider-Man?
Favorite Spider-Man
Foe.
bad guy? I want to say like Green Goblin, Hobgoblin.
Okay,
That's a good
you never
storyline.
missed with that.
Yeah. And then there was also a cameo of Daredevil in the movie.
Oh, really?
Did you know that?
Wait, the
Yeah.
Ben Affleck
Well, it was
Daredevil?
Matt.
or-
No, it was the guy from Netflix.
Oh, the Netflix.
Charlie
Oh, really?
something. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so we watched the movie, dropped the kids home, and then I thought it was good, but when I got home, it was just like I had to sleep for some reason, so I slept the whole way till like 1 a.m. Woke up wide awake, tried to come in here and do a show, couldn't do that, ended up going home to rest, and well, here I am. Tuesday, January 4th, 2022. The show is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box on the link.
Okay, glad you are feeling better, Mr. Chris Malfunction Barnett from Mama Bear Debbie Davis. Very nice.
Nice. Thank
Jacob
you.
Sam is saying also Rananim from Seattle,
Rananim.
where they are getting a lot of the white shroud. I know that. There are lots and lots of snow up there in the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, so I saw something on Twitter where somebody, I don't know if they were from Guam, but they said it was 80 degrees and then there was a tornado warning and they woke up and it was snowing.
Wow.
So that's like weather right now in the States in a nutshell.
No, I want to send out a special shout out to my friend Jessica. She's in Monroe, not Monroe, but Monroe, Wisconsin. It's -2 today.
Yeah. Maria's also in Wisconsin and it's
Oh, that's
snowing. I think there was like a,
So she made it back, by the way.
Yeah,
she
she did,
left
yeah.
and she's back in med school.
there's a, there was a storm watch or something.
And
So.
she's in Milwaukee though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's snowing all over, not in Hawaii though. Raining for the 5th day. Elizabeth Agagi checks in.
Yeah. When you were gone yesterday, Liz was on point with like all of her comments. Basically, we were talking about, you probably missed this, but we were talking about like different types of cultural wear
Right.
from here in the Pacific. So we were talking about like the lava lava by our brothers and sisters from
Oh, you're
Samoa.
saying it wrong, Jay. It's actually pronounced lava lava.
That's what Joe Sir was saying. He's like, he was doing the whole Mr.
Where's
Bombastic.
the lava lava?
But Liz was also
Ooh.
saying that the surge that they're going through with Omicron
Right.
in Hawaii is
Yeah.
crazy.
And we're going to talk about that this morning. As the governor, we played her last week, I think, Jay. There was some comments she made at the OG Fieldhouse, and she said, everything I'm doing right now is based on the assumption that the Omicron variant is here already. And so, of course, the other half of that is that we're not really doing anything, right? And that's what I was texting with Dr. Hoa. He's going to come on tomorrow. He's actually flying out of New Orleans this morning, but let me see what I was texting with him last night trying to get him on, and he had said not quite sure the logic of expecting a high number of positives but having no actions to try to curtail it. And so Dr. Hoa, again, like he said, buckle up for the new year. And we did see increased number of positives, Jay.
Yeah, key phrase right there from Doc, like our good friend on the show, a high number of positives. Of course, it was the weekend, and more particularly, it was a long holiday weekend. But, man, the car score went up from when we last reported it on Saturday being 3.1. Today it's 9.0.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I think that is crazy, right?
That's
As far as
that's
car
very,
scores
very
go,
alarming.
yeah, because remember, 5 is good, 2 is great,
Yeah.
9 is not good.
Now you have been both over
Well,
the last
how
2
many
years.
positives were there last night? I think there were 71.
Yeah.
But how many tests, Jay? Isn't it crazy 2 years into this pandemic we can't get the number of tests right?
Yeah, it's several hundred, but yeah, I think in last night's JIC report they also said there was one batch of results that they got where I think it was 11 out of 54 tests were positive. Which again, I measured the positivity
So
rate.
what
and
is the
that's-
deal? Like they can't add up the number of tests that we do, or were you able to?
It's always weird, like
because it says NA.
Yeah, coming off the weekend and
Right,
everything like
yeah.
that. So it kind of balances out like on Tuesday.
But I mean, how weird could it be? It's just simple addition.
Yeah.
These people did this many tests. I mean,
Right.
I know it's not you, but I'm
No,
just saying.
but what I was going to say is you throughout the pandemic and throughout the history of the car score, more particularly, right? You have been initially a supporter of, but you've also been like a critic of it, and you said
Of what?
it's kind of the car score. You
Yeah,
said it's
yeah.
kind of hard to understand. You know,
It
you
is,
don't-
and we're the only place in the world that uses it.
Yeah.
And they basically made it up is kind of like the mean way to say it, but they made it up. It's Dr. Cabrera had pulled a bunch of different factors in and basically came out with this. And remember when it came
I
out,
bought
with
in a little bit more than you because I'm a nerd. So
Yeah,
you know, algorithms work for me. I'm not saying
But I'm just
right, you're
saying-
wrong, you're right, I'm wrong.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, if you tell me there's a single number that represents how bad things are in the pandemic,
Yeah.
then I want to know what that number means. I don't know 9 point of what is
Exactly.
it? 9.0 of what?
But what is interesting, and why I brought this up, because you were probably the most vocal critic of the car score, at least publicly. Last week, when Public Health had their their weekly live stream, when it had several people, somebody from I forgot the gentleman's name, but he was actually saying, because our Daniel Perez asking, is the car score, how relevant is it? Has Omicron forced it to change? The math formula and everything like that. And he goes, the car score is a good metric, but at the same time, you have to kind of take it with a grain of salt, because it can be a little bit too sensitive sometimes. I'm paraphrasing him, but he goes, sometimes it jumps a little too high, and then it'll
I could see that. So, for
Yeah.
example, yesterday when we had 71 positives reported, the
So you
car
got to
score
fine tune it a little bit.
went up by 9. And that's what I'm saying is you got to fine tune a number that you're using as the single stat that we look to. Then there's probably an issue with it.
Yeah.
I prefer the good old fashioned. Give it to me simple. Tell me how many tests, how many positives, people in the hospital, that kind of thing. I think those are numbers that we can all understand. When you try to make it more complicated by making it more simple, a lot of times it doesn't work out that way.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's where we are today.
But I mean, you think you had some stomach issues yesterday, and you did. But I mean, when I saw that last night when the numbers came in, I was like 9.0.
Yeah. Right.
My stomach kind of sank when.
So
when I
that
read
kind of
too.
made your eyebrows raise, and what made mine raise was just seeing 71. And so we saw last week we started with 20-something, and then went up to 40-something, and now it's up to 70-something. And people were lining up to get tested yesterday. They've increased, and I guess that's one thing we could say in their preparation for the Omicron, that they've re-increased the number of test days to 6 days a week, because it was previously Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So now you can go over to TGen and get tested
from 8 in the morning until 12 in the afternoon, and please do so, anybody. Again, the slightest symptom you can have, you don't even have to have symptoms at all. I mean, they're not going to go there and give you this exhaustive interrogation and everything like that. You just show up there, they're like, hey, half a day, we're here to take care of you and everything. Can I see your ID, and can you please lean back because here's a swab and everything like that. 15 minutes later, you'll know what your status is.
We did have a comment here, Rosemary. She brought this up a couple days ago. Assuming the Omicron is here on the island, it was very contradictory to raise the social gathering to 100 people. Of course it was, but none of this is supposed to make sense. I mean, we just react to it. And
Because what the governor wants, and probably what the business community is,
Of course,
is
and that-
pressuring her
yeah,
to
yeah,
make decisions towards, is we don't want a healthcare crisis, and on top of that, a
economic crisis?
well,
Yeah.
not an economic recession, but a depression. I mean, which is way worse.
Right, and things are, it's busy out there.
Yeah.
I mean, no matter what, people have money. I don't know necessarily where they're getting it. If I'm just saying, it's like, am I missing something? Because people got money, dude. You surprised me this Christmas.
Says the guy who just took all of his children to go watch Spider-Man over the weekend.
Well, there was a comp deal, but
Nice.
But I mean, Yeah, when I was out like trying to do some Christmas shopping, I was like, holy Jesus, man, a lot of people got a lot of money. So, but I don't think that represents the real picture. I think there's a whole under the surface of people just hurting, suffering. We're probably going to need another RISE Act this year. You know what I mean? I was thinking about that.
Well, that's the other thing is the feds do not have like a bottomless well of money in the treasury that they can
Right.
tap from and everything.
But I
So
mean,
even
God-
even the feds are like, we can only go to the well so many times.
Right. Yeah. But they went to the well pretty big for the ARP. I mean, we've got all this money.
What was it, 3.2 trillion? Something like that?
Yeah, something crazy, bro. And so we've got all this money. The key is, what are we going to do with it? What's the rest of the plan? What's the outlay for 2022? Right? What's going to happen? It's an election year. Are we going to see another RISE Act? Are we going to see the debit cards with the $500 on them? Are we going to see the premium pay for essential workers that they're doing over in the NMI? And we're not just talking about essential GovGuam workers, because you can actually pay private sector essential workers like gas station workers, grocery store workers, any private sector worker who worked during the pandemic. Like, let's say the media would be one. They're eligible, right, for the premium pay from the ARP. Is the governor going to pay it? I don't know. We'll see. Don't hold your breath. 6:39.
I was thinking of something last night actually about when we had Dr. Jolene Uggan from GMH on in 2020, because now it's 2 years, but remember when she just absolutely
Yeah.
let everything fly and didn't mince words and didn't hold back and everything, and said, I wish you guys, everyone on Guam, could just take a stroll through the ER and see what we see. And I was thinking of that because, when we started the show and you and Joser and Sabrina and I had to come in like every day, and we would actually have to drive past, like us in Dedido, right? The line of people that were lining up for the food commodities at 2 a.m.
Crazy.
And okay, I'm going to put this into Guam context, right? So, follow me here, guys. The food commodities were being handed out starting at 8 a.m. at the Dedido Farmers Market, right? Which is near where Joser stays. Well, where Weddingale, like Hell's Angels Field and everything like that. The line went all the way back to Woostig Road. Dude, that's what, 4 miles?
Yeah, it was,
and that was at 2 a.m. And that is kind of what galvanized like the thing for me. And I was like, wow, okay, this is happening. This is real. This is the impact it's having on my neighbors. I'm probably, driving past that long line coming into work. I'm like, I'm probably related to 70% of these people, whether I know it or not. And I was like, okay, that was one of those things, like how Dr. Uggan said, I wish people could see with their own eyes, but I want to say it had the benefit, but we actually saw the direct impact that that had on our people.
Right, yeah. Let us never forget. At 6:41, here's who's coming on the show. Senator Tella Taitigui. We'll catch up with her. It's been a while. We haven't seen her since last year. Tomas Maglotnia, CNMI regional update. Also, Mayor Jesse Alec, Mayor's Council of Guam president, in to talk about a bunch of different things. It's 6:41, Tuesday, January 4th, 2022. Hey, good morning. Facebook Live. Rosemary comments again here. The hospital admission is increasing, so it absolutely makes no sense to have lifted the restrictions, assuming the Omicron is here. Here's the thing, though. We are seeing around the world high numbers of positives, but you got to wonder, and we just don't know because public health doesn't really go out and talk about this kind of thing. But with the Omicron, we had Dr. Hoa on, and I was asking him, I was like, when people hear less severe than Delta, they kind of check out. And he was like, yeah, okay. But the problem is if you have, comorbidities or you haven't had the booster, then you have less protection against what is supposed to be a less severe than Delta strain. So you just got to still do your part. I know, I'm so tired of it, guys.
And we know this because when we put stories together, you know this because you've been writing for so long. When you write your lead to the story, make sure you put as much context and as much information about the whole story in that first sentence as you can, because if people hear oh, the Omicron is here, but it's not as severe like the first one. Hey kids, get your stuff. We're going to the beach.
And I mean, that's the challenge, right? If we know that our governor and lieutenant governor just let COVID ride during the Delta surge, because that's what they basically did. They just let it run through the community. We lost so many people because of their inaction. And when you hear the governor saying that she's assuming it's already here, but we don't see a corresponding effort other than increasing the number of testing, you got to wonder, is that the plan again, to just let the Omicron run through? Because you can't stop it, right? You just can't stop it. So I don't know. I just wish that there was more of a conversation from the government side of things, because if it was, I mean, what is it, right? Do you want us to remain in this constant state of vigilance, or do we want to celebrate and give out COVID-19 pins because we beat this thing? It's very conflicting, right? When you say, oh, we got to prepare as if Omicron's here, but then you don't do anything and you increase the gathering limit. People aren't stupid. That's one thing I love about the people of Guam is they're not stupid. Definitely not.
Yes.
And, we get all these different facts that conflict with each other, and we try and make sense of it in our minds. And if it doesn't, then you're just going to have a problem with the messaging.
And remember when you posed the question to Joser and I last week, and you're like, we didn't get these commemorative COVID hero pins and everything like that. And you even looked at me and you're like, Jace, does this not matter to you? Would you like a pin? I was like, I do not want a pin. I'll take a check though.
Yeah.
Again, Guamanians are, I mean, we're not stupid. We're respectful, but we're not stupid.
Yeah, and so when you on one side of your mouth, you're handing out pins and patting yourself on the back and saying, yay, we did it. You know what I mean? And you put commemorative in there, which implies that we're done with this thing. But then on the other side of your mouth, you're saying, oh, my God, guys, Omicron could be here. We just don't know, right? And so what are people going to do? I mean, there's already a healthy mistrust in the government. And so I think people are just going to live their lives, right? And we're going to be baseline as safe as we can be. But if you don't see that corresponding messaging from the government to match up with, what we're seeing around the world, then I don't know if people are going to take it as serious as the government wants us to. And that's, kind of their own fault. 6:44, Tuesday, January 4th, 2022. Let's go ahead and get into our first look at news here on The Link, which is brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. With the very latest for Sabrina Salas Matanani, Jason Salas. Good morning.
All right, indeed we shall get into the headlines. Thank you so much, partner, and good morning, Guam, and everybody watching over Facebook Live. Thanks for being with us once again. And alarmingly, as Chris and I were breaking down to you just moments ago, Guam's CAR score has skyrocketed significantly. It is now 9.0, up from 3.1 just a few days ago. And our community tragically mourns the loss of 3 more of our neighbors to COVID-related deaths. 273 deaths have now been reported in the last 21 months since the pandemic began on Guam. The 271st fatality was pronounced dead on arrival at GMH on Christmas Eve, pardon me. That patient was a 76-year-old female that was vaccinated and had underlying health conditions. The 272nd COVID-19 related fatality was pronounced dead on arrival up in Dededo at the Guam Regional Medical City on New Year's Eve. The patient was a 58-year-old male that was vaccinated, and the 273rd COVID-19 related fatality occurred on New Year's Day at GMH. That patient was a 47-year-old female vaccinated with underlying health conditions. We were talking about hospitalizations just a few moments ago. 8 people are currently hospitalized for coronavirus, including 2 pediatric admissions. As far as the numbers, Public Health has confirmed 71 new positive cases of COVID-19 over the weekend, 7 from Public Health and 64 from various private clinics. There have been over 19,600 officially reported cases. As I said, 273 deaths, and better than 19,000 people have recovered. Okay, we're going to get into your news now. Of course, your news is brought to you by Pacific Points. And first off, we're going to get you up to speed on that story we had yesterday with Public Auditor BJ Cruz, as the Public Auditor himself has pointed criticism of the latest settlements against the Port Authority for the so-called Port 7. In a new report from the OPA, audit questions the amount of the increments awarded to the reinstated staffers.
The governor's office announced a total of $17.6 million in allocations for the mayor's council. The Port 7 were employees fired during the Calvo administration for an alleged cover-up of a workman's comp claim. They challenged their firings and were reinstated with back pay by the current port management. And Public Auditor BJ Cruz has been reviewing the settlement agreements.
Preliminarily, for the entire 7, it'll probably cost about $3.5 million. Just these 2 employees on this audit cost 1.1 million.
The two he's referring to are the focus of the latest audit, identified only as employees S&T. Cruz has several concerns.
Our first problem with that is that the court has decided that everybody that they're bringing back and they're giving them the highest increment annually, which means that their salary every year has gone up 5%. And one employee started out, was terminated from the port at 83, came back and was making 118.
Auditors contend that because the 7 weren't actually working at the port, they should get the lower increment of 2% instead of the 5%, which is for outstanding work. And Cruz had another concern.
The supervisor turns in this performance evaluation, and the general manager has to sign it to certify it and to implement it. And the problem at the port, I don't know what was happening during that whole period, but for some reason, a lot of these personnel actions, these performance evaluations, were not signed by the GM. The port says, well, the fact that it wasn't signed doesn't mean that it was denied. And it can't be withheld. Well, your own port rules and regulations state that in order to activate that, there has to be a signature by the general manager.
To further support his argument, the public auditor points to one particular employee settlement agreement.
She even demanded back wages from before she was terminated for an increment that wasn't given to the employee during that 2011-2012. And that to me shows that wasn't supposed to be given, and now it's being given.
In a statement, Port General Manager Rory Respicio said that an analysis of the methodology used to deconstruct the salaries of the 2 reinstated employees showed they were underpaid. But the OPA was also critical of the port's lack of due diligence. Any salary amount earned by the employees while they were away from the port is supposed to be subtracted from the settlement amount.
Neither one of these 2 employees presented their W-2 forms. And the port didn't ask for the W-2 forms. The port didn't ask for their tax returns for those years to show how much they claimed in their tax returns.
Meanwhile, Port GM Respicio says he will be forwarding the audit and their response to the Attorney General for his review and guidance. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor.
American Rescue Plan funding and what might be done with it is next on our rundown, as the governor's office has announced a total of $17.6 million in allocations for the Mayor's Council of Guam. And some $200,000 of that money will be transferred immediately to cover differential pay for mayor's staff. Here is more on this issue.
The governor's office announced a total of $17.6 million in allocations for the mayor's council, and some $200,000 will be transferred immediately to cover differential pay for mayor's staff. This comes after ADLUP said it received verification from the U.S. Treasury it could do so. In a news release, the governor says she has been seeking such clarification in light of earlier disputes. This also includes criticism from Congressman Michael San Nicolas, who said Treasury officials had informed him that a portion of ARP funds could have gone directly to the mayors as non-entitlement units. ADLUP countered that Treasury had confirmed for them that, quote, Guam does not have any non-entitlement units and has allocated the $17.59 million to the County of Guam, which allows the government to use the allocation consistent with program-eligible uses. Among the allocations requested by the mayors, $2.5 million for village recycling and beautification, $1.38 million to lease or buy heavy equipment such as backhoes and tractor mowers, and $1.14 million to purchase heavy-duty pickup trucks for each village. The governor's office adds that through its due diligence, it was able to secure more funding for the mayors than they otherwise would have received. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
Okay, let's take a look at national headlines now, since we are talking about the ongoing fight with COVID, as it's back to work and school for millions of Americans who were obviously off for the holidays. The return comes as COVID cases continue to surge in much of the nation, as the FDA has now taken another bold step in the battle against the virus. From New York is Wendy Gillette.
With millions of children heading back to class today, many of them may soon have some extra protection against COVID-19. The FDA has authorized Pfizer vaccine boosters for kids ages 12 to 15, 5 months after their last dose. The CDC still needs to sign off on the plan. Across the nation, the number of new cases reported hit an all-time high last week, nearly 500,000 in one day.
Omicron will spread. We're going to peak over the next several weeks, particularly in areas that had an early onset of Omicron, and then it'll go down afterwards.
The latest surge has some educators and parents questioning whether schools can open safely. But New York City and other big city school districts are bringing students back today.
I know there's questions about staffing. I know there's questions about testing. There's a lot of questions. But we're going to turn those question marks into an exclamation point. We're staying open.
To keep schools open, many districts are sharply increasing the number of students tested each week. In Florida, where positive COVID cases soared past 40,000 per day last week, the governor addressed the spike.
In Florida, particularly South Florida, we do believe it's overwhelmingly Omicron infections that are occurring, but Delta is still there, and most of the people that get really seriously ill are still being infected with the Delta variant.
Health experts continue to urge mitigation strategies to control COVID, like mask wearing, social distancing, and vaccines. Wendy Gillette, CBS News, New York.
Now, speaking of the vaccines here on Guam and the 671, for those wanting the Pfizer COVID vaccine, the wait is over. As a shipment of that vaccine came to Public Health, it was expected to arrive last week, just before the new year. Here's Daniel Perez with the latest.
Our Pfizer shipment came in. It arrived on Friday last week on December 31st. We received a total of 2,340 doses of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, and this is the adult vaccine, the one for ages 12 and older. So we did receive them, and we're very glad that they arrived.
Public Health PIO Janela Carrera confirming the arrival of the Pfizer vaccine. As we reported last week, the UOG vaccination clinic had run out of the said vaccine, while the northern and southern community healthcare centers were low on stock. With this new shipment, UOG has now received its share to continue vaccinations.
So we did distribute them, and we did give some to the UOG vaccination clinic. So they do have their allocation, and operations are back to normal. So they are able to give doses to those who are looking for either their regular or first doses of the Pfizer vaccine, or if they're looking for their booster shots, then they're able to give booster shots to those seeking it.
To avoid another pause in vaccinations, Carrera assured residents that more orders for the vaccines have been placed.
We had already placed our next order for vaccines. I don't know the exact date of when that will be arriving for Pfizer and for Moderna as well. But we have already placed that order. So this is a routine order that we place, and it's usually either once a week or once every other week.
Carrera added that once they expect the new shipment to arrive, Public Health has already placed an order for a new batch of vaccines. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Well, the CNMI in regional news has recorded a staggering 5 COVID-19 deaths in the past week. Public health officials up in the Marianas have parsed through the data to get a clear picture. Tomas Manglonia has this report.
So this is a grim reminder that we still need to protect ourselves and our community from COVID.
5 COVID-19 related fatalities in the past week, signs of how the frontline battle is far from over.
Behind these statistics, they are individuals. They are loved ones, and we need to be respectful of that.
Since October, there have been over 3,000 new cases in Saipan's first surge. Also skyrocketing is the vaccination rate, now at 95.1%.
Since this recent surge in cases that you have had, there have been 15 deaths. Now, of those 15 deaths, tragically, 9 had never been vaccinated, 1 had a single dose, and 5 were fully vaccinated. But none of these people had a booster dose. It's a reminder that in a community that's highly vaccinated, this disease is very, very deadly for the unvaccinated.
Those deaths ranging from the age of 43 to 95 years old. A new year with the same message: get vaccinated, and if it's time, get boosted.
This is a new year, so let's try to make it good for all of us. We are reminding everyone that the pandemic is not over.
Tomas Manglotnya for KOAM News.
Going to stay up in the NMI for regional headlines now, as the mayor of Tinian has said in his State of the Island that the region is united. In his New Year's address, Edwin Aldán checked off major milestones for Tinian, and that includes their response to COVID.
The state of Tinian is united. In his New Year's address, Tinian Mayor Edwin Aldán checked off major milestones for the island. That includes their COVID response.
The people of Tinian have done a remarkable job in terms of vaccinations. Since the recent publication of the 2020 census data, Tinian's vaccination rates indicate that we have reached over 90% of the total population.
A blow to the tourism industry and reliance on federal funds also leaving its mark.
The ARPA funds that were given to the Tinian municipality, I was able to bring back the employees who were initially furloughed due to the decrease in revenue stream, and more importantly, create more jobs to hire individuals that will in turn boost Tinian's economy.
That boost coming with the completion of a slaughterhouse.
We were able to complete the slaughterhouse, more formerly known as Tinian's Qualidad Meat Processing Center, that will promote USDA grass-fed beef with hopes that it will eventually become a sustainable industry.
A booming military industry also gaining ground, with an initial $160 million Department of Defense plan for a divert airfield.
Many of you are worried that talks are still ongoing for the proposed live fire training on Tinian and the Northern Islands. I want you to know that we remain strong in our stance to prohibit the use of live fire in our region. After many years of negotiating with the Department of Defense, we have come to a point of mutual understanding and respect for one another.
Mayor Aldán also placing focus on renewable energy, waste management, and decentralization to cut the red tape for Tinian to act quicker on decisions about its future.
There is only one team here, Team Tinian. This island belongs to us, and so let's continue working together.
Tomas Manglotnya for KOAM News.
All right, of course, Link Update is brought to you by our friends at Pacific Points, and we thank them for bringing you the very latest Guam news headlines. Let's get a look at island news in Chamorro now with Uncle King Concepcion. It's brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank.
Buenos updates to get sunod ikunot sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Secondo spokeswoman para Guam Memorial Hospital, si Mai Habib, 97.5% gitori empleyado gui sa estaman mabakuna kabales. Lenya si Habib na isindikiki na numero ni tetanan 2.5% sa mamakontinunyo ni hospital man may duka po di beneficyo ni mabakuna za mabibaba mas para ofan mabakuna. Lo lenya si Habib na giminagahid klansan mapot para mataka 100% sa debido makonsidera loki at siya exemption sa perilihon paput salud na rason. Sen panina panidosi Guam Memorial ng hospital. Itataon niya nung manafakto gini ng kantidad ng kabalas Amerikanan niya. Sa man malago na umanay STCI lonero agradecimento. Sa pwede man malago pritayan may sa siya, man malaong ang hospital dan di komunidad. Masasunto, tata bugan ay legislatura. Resign si Ana Wampat Borja, gidiatan tayo 1 de Disyembre sa Purasyon ni Familia sa Legislative Legal Bureau na abagaw si Stacy Salas sa Pumaralokwi. El Legislative Bureau sa dupusiyo na siguro na guaha submission ligat para opisyon ng Tori Sunidod. El Exekutibo na Direktor ng Legislatura si Carlo Branch, a report naman manaliligaw sa Nuevo na Council. Deklaro ko para guaha session gi Legislatura pago na mes sa puritaza abagaw niya para maditeni hasta kimasoda otro na abagaw na maapreba ni Legislatura. Asangan si Branch na tisiguro gwi kung gwa lai pa reglamento na tuli tempo gwa legal counsel mentre si session siya. Logi praktikat na manera sa senador siya man makonsuela ni counsel por legal na kwestiyon niya siya mentre durante ni session. Yuto mo na asunto gifinut sa morog ni KOM News para bago na Martes. At masod din na mamuno si Matthew J. San Augustine Manibusan sa Gimenan West, Vern Perez giikorti. Mas scheduled na trial para den 9 Febrero. Masaki si Manibusan no manslaughter and aggravated assault kifinaitan Joshua Meno no masod at tautan na Brita Mes gimapos na sakan gi Swamp Road gi sa dededo. Sugo ni dokumento ni Kotti, sumesen na si Meno gi Manibusan. Anyong argumento dyan uno na membro ni Familyan Manibusan. I-report sa sangan naman at sinudan adyo na membro ni Familia. Anya na setbi si Meno imatserti gi agagaw niya. Adyo na si Manibusan na paki si Meno sa malago gigima. Mas gidokumento ni Kotti ay explica format si Manibusan. Za ni polisiya amano nagayi paki ni wana setbi. Maparoro si Manibusan guhin na tempo. Za tazal sa sinsanya pero na setbi ipaki. Gagi si Manibusan na makandadalu gi facility dot preso gi za hagat niya. Para Guam News Network, Guam Sikin Conception. Yasuto gifinut samuro sa presenta za ninafato ni Familyan Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on Primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Dueñas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful. They're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
Tagaw unsa finu izu ay sumena mamalaw sankado lio un bule azu i-intention mo ti madaw corazón no tumatangis purhagu neni iguinay zakunu hagu til matulay ka sa hagu ha solo.
Hey, offering our condolences, thoughts and prayers, really, and best wishes going out to Big Ben Nangauta, who we heard through a family friend has been hospitalized in Washington State. I know he was out there in Spanaway, I believe, with the mom and the sister. We don't know much, really, but just did hear that there may have been a heart attack and that Ben has been hospitalized. So definitely our prayers going out to Ben, wishing him the best, and to his family too. It's 7:10 here, Tuesday, January 4th. A great local artist. He's covering Bokongos Jam Fagaga right here. Good morning, Facebook Live. The Breeze, 93.9, KUAM FM, Agotnia, Guam, and we're going on KUAM TV today. Yes, we are. Coming up in just a little bit right here on the link. Good morning. Senator Tello Taitagui. Oh my gosh, Senator, haven't seen you since last year.
It's been a long time. Good morning, Chris, Jason, and the KUAM family there, and most especially to the people of Guam. Happy New Year, everyone.
Right, so how was your New Year?
Very mellow, which is nice. You know, I have enough drama in my life, at least to have one day out of the year where it's, you know, you just sit back and watch some fireworks and calm and reflect. And of course, everyone tries to, do better things and be a better person and stay healthy. You put that all in your head, like, let's get motivated. So try to motivate myself. And so that's a good thing. Having a time to reflect is really good. But,
so you reflected, and you're going to be a nice senator this year?
I'm always a nice senator. You know, I'm just, and I try to be very honest. I am very honest, actually, sometimes bluntly honest, that it might offend people, but in no way do I mean to offend anybody. I just like to tell you straight out, tell you exactly what it is, and what I see, and how we can correct it, or how we can ensure that it doesn't happen again, most especially how it shouldn't happen again. And encourage people to not turn a blind eye. That's always been my motto. People need to step up. They call my office, people call my office for help a lot of times, assistance. But I make sure that they make the initiative, they make the step to try and help themselves first. I'll be right there, right beside them, try and help them open the door, but they need to make that first step. And, I try to encourage that. So that's, one thing I'm trying to do, but I definitely don't want to, intentionally hurt anybody whatsoever. But if you do something wrong, you need to be accountable, especially if it comes from the people's money that you were, committing fraud or, disingenuous.
Right. So let's say there was a situation, Senator, where you had a bunch of employees at a certain government agency who were reinstated after being out of a job. It's real controversial. And anyway, the formula they used to reinstate these people, let's say the whole time they were without a job, they gave them an outstanding review, and they used that to calculate in their back wages. So when it came to it, they were paid an extra $100,000 on top of all their other back wages. And let's say there was a pesky public auditor who did an audit on it and found all this stuff out. What would your reaction be?
Well, first, BJ Cruz, bravo, for doing this audit. It's 2021. Well, he put it out about a couple of days ago, right? It's still in 2021, the end of 2021. And this all started in 2019. It did take a while, but actually, I think this is one of a couple more audits that are going to come up. And oh my gosh, when I was reading his report, his audit report, I was in total disbelief. We knew that there was something, some shenanigans going on at the port. And then having it right in front of your face in black and white, clearly the evidence shows that there was some things that were not, what does he call it, discrepancies? I would call it almost criminal, not discrepancies. But BJ is such a nice guy. He tries to mellow the hit a bit, while I'm just bluntly straight to the point.
Right.
I mean,
let me read you some of the, because he was on here yesterday, Senator, and relative to employees S&T, Public Auditor Cruz had several concerns. Our first problem with that is that the port had decided that everybody they're bringing back, and they're giving them the highest increment annually, which means that their salary every year has gone up 5%. And one employee was terminated from the port at 83, and I'm assuming this is 83 grand a year, and came back, was making 118,000. Auditors contend that because the 7 weren't actually working at the port, they should get the lower increment of 2% instead of the 5%, which is for outstanding work.
Right.
And Cruz had another concern. The supervisor turns in the performance eval, and the general manager has to sign it to certify and implement it. And the problem with the port, I don't know what is happening during that whole period, but for some reason, a lot of these performance evaluations were not signed by the GM. The port says the fact that it wasn't signed doesn't mean it was denied and it can't be withheld. Well, your own port rules and regs state in order to activate that there has to be a signature by the GM.
Right. In the first place, the 2% being, I think it's marginal, then 3% something, and then satisfactory at 4%, and then of course exceptional at 5%. How do you give any kind of rating in the first place when you're not even there? From the time you were let go from the port, how do you give a rating from that whole and build up to the time that you're brought back? I mean, even a fifth grader will tell you they weren't there. How do they get a rating, a step up? And it just, that's clearly, misuse of funds. And it's obvious that, it's more than just, having the proof in front, and showing how they created this payout, and how much, about a $1.1 million just for S&T. And by the way, Chris, I don't know if BJ was asked, but this should be public information. Why are you putting an S and a T? Why aren't we mentioning these people's names? This money is paid out from government of Guam taxes. These are taxes from our people. I don't know why this is such a cover-up. This is not a private company. This is government of Guam. S&T should be, clearly their names should be put out there. Why not? Did anybody ask BJ that?
There was another concern he had here. The OPA was also critical of the port's lack of due diligence. Any salary amount earned by the employees while they were away from the port is supposed to be subtracted from the settlement amount. BJ goes on to say, neither one of these two employees presented their W-2 forms, and the port didn't ask for the W-2 forms. The port didn't ask for their tax returns for those years to show how much they claimed in their tax returns. Respicio said he'll be forwarding the audit in their response to the AG for his review and guidance. Do you anticipate any action on the AG's part?
I hope so, but we can't rely on the letter that, the response letter from Rory to BJ. And I believe at the end of his letter, he said that I will forward this to the Attorney General for their review. Well, I don't think that just Rory should, forward this. I think it should be, also sent. Well, no, I think it was BJ that said, he said, would Attorney General's opinion seeking let me read this verbatim. Yeah. In absence of any provisions of the PRR relative to the process of an annual increment for reinstated employees, it is prudent for the management to seek board's advice on the appropriate course of action relative to annual increments or seek the Attorney General's opinion moving forward. That was signed by BJ, but I believe Rory also sent, and by the way, I listened to the December 3rd port board meeting to see if this was brought up. But I guess it wasn't delivered yet, the audit. So I'm looking forward to the next board meeting to see how they're going to react to this this audit report. So the letter from Rory states that additionally, just as we have done with your prior audit on these similar matters, and in the interest of transparency, we will be forwarding your audit along with our response to the Attorney General requesting for his review and guidance so that the Attorney General may determine if any post actions are required based on this audit. If any post actions are required based on this audit, I think if there's any criminal intent or conflict of interest or, other, again, shenanigans are going on.
Well, do you think there's something criminal going on here? Or do you think they're just playing fast and loose? I mean, I know Rory, and if Rory doesn't sign something, then there's an issue with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I know he usually does his homework, but lately, things have been really irate with him when I've watched another board meeting where he actually almost board members.
Yeah, it's so interesting, the dynamic where you have a general manager who manhandles his board, and I saw that. Right. And this was relative to this resolution that they had passed. Right. It was something like string up Senator Joanne Brown, and they sent her over to the AG, and the AG was like, I don't know, good luck.
And coaching the chairman on what to do, how to vote, what to say, how to move forward. This was irate. I mean, if anybody watches this video, you'll see that he's basically manhandling everybody.
Really, the lack of self-control to me was troubling.
Who doesn't agree to him. He's definitely a changed man, and for the good, I don't think so. I mean, but I'm sure glad this audit came out. But the most importantly, we've got all the evidence here. They did the report. They're going to do another report. And I don't know if they were just trying to do smoke and mirrors by, having a resolution on let's go after Joanne Brown, to keep the heat off us. Let's go after her and not pay attention to what was going on with us. One of this S and Q person individual, which I still want to ask, I'll be cautious not to say the names unless I'm allowed to, but from what I gather, one of these individuals were hanging out with Rory for lunch and, on personal time, and probably even hanging out at the port, before they were even reinstated. Makes me wonder if they were even involved on the amount of the reward that they were going to be given. It's like, okay, this is what I want. And based on BJ's analysis, I believe he said there was even a part where this S or T demanded that they also be given funds before they left the port on increments. It just, oh my gosh. And it's so bluntly in front of the people of Guam, and most especially, Governor, please read this audit, Governor. Don't take from Rory, who will come to your chambers and say, oh, Gov, it's just a waste of time. It's, please read this audit. Look what's happening at our port, our lifeline, the port. There are a lot of good employees at the Port Authority Guam doing a great job. There are a lot of them. And when you get one bad apple, it's going to spoil the whole bunch. And that needs to be addressed. So it's just very disingenuous. And I just hope, and pray that, one, we've got an ethics board that's been put into place that hasn't been into place for umpteen years, a decade or more than a decade. Now that they're in place, this is now an opportunity for somebody to file an ethics complaint based on evidence. All you have to do is go to the ethics board with this audit, give it to the ethics board and say, we need the general manager or those involved and the deputy general manager. You need to review this to find out if there was anything unethical about this.
I mean, I don't know. The public auditor he's been doing some bang up audits. He's coming out with these audits and he's basically saying, hey, here's all the red flags. Here, I did all your work for you. Anybody want to take this and run with it? And then the excuses start where it's like, oh, I need a Supreme Court opinion to determine if I should even move forward with this. Or, oh, yeah, we don't like this audit because, the port is going to write a 40-page response to it. So, I mean, I feel like BJ's doing the work, but why do we, the people, have to walk this to the appropriate places? I know the AG watches the news, right? Everyone's watching the news. 15 senators watch the news. The Ethics Commission, they watch the news.
Right.
They see what's going on. I mean, obviously, there's an issue with this Port 7. We all knew that this was the priority once they put Rory in down at the port, that he was going to get these people reinstated. And It is what it is, right? But
and one of them worked for him when he was a senator.
Yeah, but we know it's conflicted all around. But the point is, if the political will is there and they can do it, and it could pass muster with the Civil Service Commission, of course, why wouldn't it? The deputy GM used to head the Civil Service Commission.
It's payback. It's payback.
And so that's what I'm saying. If we get that and the political will, and Adelup is going to read this audit and they're going to be like, good job, Rory. What is the real remedy, though? Right? Because it's clear that there was some shenanigans going on.
Right. What is the real remedy? Are people going to step forward? This is your hard-earned tax money that's being spent.
Why do we have to step forward, though? It's right there in black and white. These employees weren't even working. They got the sweetest deal possible. Is it legal?
I think the Attorney General should make the initiative. They have in other cases. Will they make an initiative this? I'm not sure. I definitely will make a phone call there. But as far as the ethics board is concerned, that we have one in place. They're not just there to ensure that everybody takes an ethics course and that's all they're going to do. No, they're there to look into, investigate certain things that come up. Reports like this audit report come up, but I think with that, they're going to need somebody to file a complaint in order for them to move forward. If not, then I hope they make the initiative as well and look into this. But I will find out if they will have to wait until somebody brings it to the forefront.
What else you got on your plate for 2022?
Well, 2022, I have two major projects. One that I was working on, I took a trip to Honolulu. Took my dad for the holidays. That's what I was telling you, that Hawaii, it's just a tidal wave of, positives coming up. I came there and it was, when I arrived in Honolulu, it was 1,800 positives, which I thought, okay, it's population of over 1 million, right? And then by the time I left, it was 3,300, and that's only those who've been tested through the government process or clinics. But what about those taking home tests? So it was pretty scary, this tidal wave Omicron that's hitting Hawaii. You can only expect it's going to come to Guam. But while I was there, I had an opportunity to visit some assisted living facilities, and I was very impressed on what they have in Hawaii, several places there. So working on that. And then another one that I've been working on, but I don't want to bring it up until I know that I can actually, push forward with this particular, but it's a big one. It's a big one. Other than that, I had a public hearing on a bill 215 yesterday, which increases the 5-year lease agreement for companies to go into an agreement or a contract with the government of Guam from 5 to 10 years. But of course, the caveat is that after the 5th year that they have to go through a process to ensure that they're in good standing before moving on to the next 5 years. Only 2 agencies showed up, where I was very surprised, because it was the airport, when I introduced the bill in the 35th, the airport and GITA was really in favor of this, not only wanting it to be increased, but wanting it to go to 20 years or 25 years. Kind of like what Chamorro Land Trust has. They have the ability to go up to 21 to 25 years in property at 21, and then lease agreements, I believe, in 25 years. So that was met with some opposition from my colleagues. And, rightfully so, I heard some of their concerns. So I'm setting this aside a bit and doing some more research on it before moving forward.
Hey, what did you hear about we had a story yesterday out of Nestor Lecanto. The legislature currently without legal counsel as Attorney Ana Wampat Bora resigned effective New Year's Eve, citing family reasons, and Legislative Legal Bureau Attorney Stacey Salas also stepped down. The Bureau required to provide legal services to all senatorial offices. The legislature's executive director, Carlo Branch, that's where he's at, guys. He's the legislature's executive director. Says the search for new counsel is ongoing. It's not clear yet if legislative session will be held this month or postponed until another attorney is hired and approved by the body. Branch says he's not aware of any rule or law that requires that legal counsel be present during session, but as a practical matter, senators frequently consult counsel on all legal questions during session proceedings. I guess first question, what happened? Do you know?
No, I don't. I really don't. Maybe there are opportunities for Ana and Stephanie on, other areas that will help their career along. Experiences in different fields is very helpful too when you're an attorney. So I think maybe it's time to move on to something else. So I really don't know. But I wish them the very best. Ana has been very helpful with me. Every time I've had a question, she's been there to answer it. So has Stephanie. They've been really easy to work with. And I hope that the next attorney we have, legal counsel we have, will be that easy to work with. And a hard worker too, because a lot of bills are introduced and they really need to be scrutinized. Other than Speaker Chalahi, no one else is an attorney. And these are laws that are created, really need that expertise of someone who would study with law. I only have a education and paralegal background, but definitely not a full attorney. So I definitely need the assistant. I was hoping that this would be an opportunity, and I wanted to speak to the speaker about it, and if she's listening, which she probably is, she loves the link, so I'm hoping that maybe this is an opportunity for the Republicans to have their own attorney and the Democrats to have theirs. I remember in the 30th Guam legislature, that's exactly how it was set up. We had our own attorney and they had theirs. So when there was any discussion or, not not agreeing on something, I mean, at least you have two attorneys debating the situation, and it made it very helpful. Also, it was very helpful that we had access to our own attorney. There was confidence that, you know, things were confidential, that they would keep it confidential. And before bills are introduced, we have that attorney to truly scrutinize it and to ensure that all our T's are crossed and our I's are dotted. So I'm hoping that the speaker would be amenable to that, and as well as the other senators. Like I said, it takes 8 to make anything happen.
Did it have anything to do with the error that was passed into law? Do you know?
You know, I don't know. Was that the straw that broke the camel's back?
Well,
I don't know.
that implies that there were other issues with the legal counsel.
I think it's a lot of work, a lot of pressure. That's for sure. You know, to get these bills done. So, you know, at least to be reviewed.
So I guess next question, Senator, do you think that you guys could have session? Do you think you could have session without a legal counsel? Or
that I may have to look into. Yeah, the standing rules, even the Masons rules. I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that. But I really would feel uncomfortable not having an attorney there while we're having session. I would really feel uncomfortable. Things might have a standstill because of it. You know, rules of engagement. There are a lot of, I mean, now that we have a couple new senators who've come into the 36th Guam legislature, who know the rules, the Masons rules, and they're able to, you know, literally, hold on, point of information. This is not a motion to move into this. You know, they're actually correcting some of the motions that are made on the floor, what you can and cannot do. So I would really feel comfortable having an attorney that's well-versed.
Did you get your COVID pin, Senator? You guys had session during the pandemic, right?
Oh gosh, I mean, there was never a break during COVID, you know, not just doing what, you know, trying to move things forward and keep going and addressing how we're, you know, how we're going to help, you know, our community with this pandemic. We went to session. I think we didn't miss session at all. We had it every month. And, but a pen, no, I don't think we need a pen. I don't think we need a pen. What I do think is those people who were entitled to hazardous pay need to get paid. You know, that's what I think.
Are you talking about premium pay for essential workers, both private and public sector?
Absolutely. You know, it was offered to them. It was provided to them. Funding was given to Guam from the federal government, you know, to assist them. So I think they should get paid. A pen, is this something to hold off or say, okay, we'll give you a pen, never mind the pay? No, that's ridiculous. No, it's not going to work.
All right. Well, Senator, good luck this year, and keep in touch.
Thank you so much.
I wanted to ask before you go, audit, we're talking about the audits, public auditor VJ Cruz, they released the new audit schedule for this year. And
yes.
my, I don't know if you saw item, hold on here.
Okay.
Please open your auditor missile to...
2 page, but...
Yeah, it's the annual work plan for calendar year
Right.
2022 from the public auditor.
No fewer than 18 pages.
18 pages, right, Jay? But the audits that they're going to work on are outside of the regular performance audits. Oh, God, this is way deep in here. The audit topics that they're going to do are above step recruitment here. And this is the third one. It's the entire government of Guam is going to do an audit on above step hiring practices, which has been a very hot topic the last few months.
What page is that, Chris?
That is on page, this page 4, I think.
Page 4?
Right.
Okay,
And so you can see the audits. He's going to do an audit on GMH, physician services contract and compensation packages, which I think is going to be very interesting. GPA, the procurement of the GPA Ukudu power plant. That's another hot one. Gov Guam above step hiring practices. GEPA, Guam EPA oversight on chemical disposal by Gov Guam agencies and departments, UOG, the Research Corporation of the University of Guam, Gov Guam wide an analysis of Gov Guam agency leases, and GSA. Here's another hot one: sole source procurement.
So this.
So just your comment, I guess, if we could get one on above step hiring.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The government of Guam above step hiring practices. He's going to be busy with number 3. That's for sure. A lot more so than anything else, I think. And number 7, which is the GSA sole source procurement.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, these 2 alone is going to take up a lot of his time, and it's unfortunate. I was hoping that number 3 would be number 1, but then again, we're finding a lot of these above step hiring practices are happening at the Guam Memorial Hospital. And I'm wondering, is he going to go 1, 2, 3 down the line with this? Maybe ask him that question. But he should really start with number 3, Gov Guam above step hiring practices. We just don't have the funding, right now. We're losing $1 billion from the federal government that was anticipated to come here to cover roads and other areas that are needed, infrastructure, and that's not going to happen now. So I really think that we need to start tightening our belt, financially. This year is going to be a very testing year on our finances. It might look good right now, but money just slips through your fingers really quick.
Especially when you spend it.
$1 million is nothing anymore. $1 million is nothing anymore. With inflation coming up, it's going to get even worse. But I hope, BJ, if you're listening, please start with Government of Guam above step hiring practices, please. Then Guam Memorial Hospital.
Right on.
Those 2, because it's already, we've already taken a lot of initiatives, as well as yourself. KUAM News doing a lot of the research on this has been very helpful to even senators who are also looking into this. So greatly appreciate all the hard work that you're doing, and KUAM for your New Year's resolution. What is yours, Chris Barnett?
I don't know. I'm going to keep doing the same thing. I think it works.
That's great.
No new me. You're getting the same me. It's tried and true. It's classic.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay. Well, you guys be safe.
Right on.
Omicron is just, it's coming in our back door. We're watching Hawaii with this tidal wave of positives.
Yeah.
Going to start hitting this way. I know my family in Hawaii now. They've got it. All of them. 15 of them have it, and so it's making its way to Guam. So
sounds like we got to sanitize the Zoom room, Jay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Senator.
Bye,
Good
Jason.
luck. Good luck. God bless. All right. Wait. You always say that one thing. Go ahead.
Please don't turn a blind eye. Be part of the solution. Thank you. Create a great day.
There you go. Senator Tello Taitagui. 7:40, quick break, and we're back with more of the show next. Good morning.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Samoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated.
I didn't have any symptoms.
I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
vaccine. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody.
Yes, good morning. Jay, let's say somebody wanted to put up the typhoon shutters of their body in preparation for, what did the governor say? A super typhoon? Super typhoon Omicron?
Oh.
So where do we go to get...
Not even cool to joke about that.
No, I'm not. She said treat it as if you were, and prepare, board up the shutters like you do for a super typhoon. It was an analogy that I think a lot of people could relate to.
So what? Okay, so if we want to go with this theme, yeah, you want to fill the water bottles, get batteries, put up the typhoon shutters, and this means getting your shot. So, yeah. Supply. Joe Sir said food supply.
Very
that's
important.
Right.
Thank you.
Canned foods. Load up on the.
Yeah, we're not having a super typhoon. We're running with this analogy the governor made. And so, Jay, how would we metaphorically put up our shutters?
Well, you got to get your shot. You got to inoculate yourself, and you got to make sure you get the vaccine. And to do that, you got to go to tinyurl.com/VAXGuam. Secure your spot at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. They have trained professionals there who are not only really, really knowledgeable, and they take all of the safety precautions, as if it were the gospel. They're also just really, really good Guamanians, and they're going to make sure that you're informed and you're taken care of. So, again, tinyurl.com/VAXGuam if you want to secure your appointment at the UOG Fieldhouse in Mingilao. But if you'd rather stay closer to your village, if you're up north, you can go to Dedido at the Public Health Center. Go to tinyurl.com/COVID stops with me. Same URL if you're in the southern part of the island, if you're one of Chris's neighbors, and you want to go to Inalahan, and you can just book a place. You know what? Visit those URLs I gave you, because you can find out all that is going on as far as the schedules, when you can get your first shot, your second shot, your booster. Remember what Dr. Ho Wen was saying. Like, there's a lot of people who are not getting the full dose. They get their first, and then for whatever reason, they never get the second. They get the second, for whatever reason, they don't get the booster. And Chris, it was interesting because Tomas and I were actually covering the CNMI press conference yesterday, and they were saying about the large number of infections. They're finding out that people have the first and second shot, but they never got around to getting the booster. And the vast majority of the cases, and I believe even some of the deaths and everything like that, fall under that category.
Right.
So please, everybody,
the deal with the vax, guys, in case you missed it, it's not a cure. Okay, you get the one shot, you get the two shot, you're good for 6 months. Then after that, you basically start anew. And you got to get the booster, right? Had they told us all that in the beginning, I think a lot of people would just be okay with it, right? But they really upsold the vaccine in the beginning. And so when we started to see the chinks in the armor, because, it's rapidly evolving, bro. They couldn't come up with something to just end it, right? So they're doing the best they can. And it's on you. If you want to put the stuff in your body, put it in your body. If you don't, you don't. I'm not here to force anyone. But that's what they say, is that because Delta was so crazy strong that it actually cut that window shorter than 6 months. And they were seeing infections from people who were fully vaccinated 4 months after they got the shot.
Mm-hmm. And again, the thing that we want to kind of emphasize, because, Guam, we kind of take our cue from the mainland, right, from the States. And what's going on there, you see, like, there's these huge numbers. Like last week, the U.S. hit a record high, more than 443,000 infections in a single day, which is unbelievable. That's almost like a biblical level, right? But a lot of people are saying, okay, well, it's spreading all over the place and it's not as infectious and everything like that. We'll just power through it. Remember, on Guam, we're a little bit different. But when I say a little bit, I mean a lot. The rate of people that are categorized as unhealthy here is higher proportionally that it is in the States and everything like that. So we need to kind of take care of our manumko. We need to take care of the kids. If people have a history of hereditary disease in your family and everything like that, take care of your family, take care of your neighbors, take care of yourself.
Right on. Very heartfelt, Jay. Thank you for that.
Okay, sorry. Speaking of taking care, I was chatting with a buddy of mine and everything like that.
Yeah, buddies?
Yeah.
I was chatting with a buddy of mine in the States.
And we were talking about like old school, like medications and stuff like that.
Old school. What's your definition? Okay, let me tell
Salampas.
you. Okay, now let me go. So
now remember.
I was sharing this morning. I had the stomach thing for a couple of days, guys. It was the worst. If you had the stomach thing that's going around, I'm surprised a lot of people have been getting it. I don't know if it was something I ate or if it was something viral, but it was just like, oh my God. But the first thing my mom said was, she said to my oldest son, "Go to the store and get your dad warm ginger ale."
Yep.
And dude, that works.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is in there that
Wait,
works.
did you drink it fizzy or did you flatten it out?
No, I drank it a little fizzy.
Oh, that's interesting because
Yeah.
they say like actually open
Shake it up and
and then just let it flat. Because
I'm a
that is gonna
bubbles guy. I
irritate
like
you.
bubbles.
Yeah, but ginger is actually very good for us.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Because I don't even know if there's any ginger in the regular ginger ale.
And you went like
I'm talking about Cañada Dry. Okay, so
you got the good stuff.
Yeah, so my mom, that's the first thing she did. And then he came back with the warm ginger ale and I was like, oh, wait, maybe get Pepto-Bismol too. Like, okay. So that's what I did was I drank the same bottle of ginger ale for 2 days. That's how delicate my system was. So yeah, when you talk about
that one.
when you talk about old school medication, that's right up there with warm 7-Up and Vicks.
But remember Salampas? Everybody used to
Yeah.
say like Salampas. My nana.
How do
you
they
know,
really say it though? The Americans on the commercial.
That's
they
the
say
thing. they're
Salon
like,
pass.
Salon pause. And I was like, wait a
Yeah.
minute, what is salon? Salampas? Everybody said that, right?
Yeah, Salumpus.
And
Yeah.
everybody knew like on Guam.
And we said it with an M. It's like Salumpus.
Salumpus was good if you have a migraine.
Yeah.
Salumpus was good like if you twist your ankle.
I actually thought that was traditional.
Salumpus was good if you broke up with your chick.
Because I never really even saw the Salumpus. I always heard my grandma like, no, it's just a Salumpus.
Yeah.
So I thought it was some kind of like Chamorro medicine before
Yeah.
I grew up. And then I saw, okay, it's these little things you stick on.
Yeah, seriously. It's like, oh man, I'm so bummed I failed my test. It's Salumpus, dude. Just like rub it
Yeah,
on your head.
It's the new aloe vera.
Yeah.
And then when I saw the commercials, because they actually play the commercials on the American TV.
Yeah, and that only started happening a few years ago. And
Yeah.
then Salon pause. It was like, wait, what?
So what
Salumpus?
where's it originally from, the product?
I actually don't know.
Okay,
You know?
well, I know someone who does know.
Yeah. Rhymes with oogle.
Yeah, it rhymes with Ugo.
Now, salon pause is 2 words.
Yeah, what does
It's
it even
probably
mean?
European. I'm sure.
Oh, they have a Twitter.
Of course they do.
Wow, the Salumpus has a Twitter? That's
No,
crazy.
how much you want to bet that's actually like a spa salon pause?
Oh, it's the first FDA-approved over-the-counter pain relief patch.
Oh, really?
And then there is a website here,
But where does it originate from?
FAQs. That would be under FAQs. It says Hisamitsu. So I don't know. Japan? It sounds Japanese, but, I don't want to assume anything. Well, the active ingredients are menthol and methyl salicylate. Right on. Yeah, we don't know where it's from. If you guys know in the comments, Japan, maybe, yeah.
Japan, 1934.
Yeah, F. Glenn Lujan also says merthiolate. That's the name of the red medicine we'd call it in our house. Yeah.
Okay. Also,
It's Japanese.
Well-
People are messaging me that it's Japanese.
Okay, I know a Chinese remedy that worked on anything.
Okay.
Remember Tiger Balm?
Yeah, Tiger Balm.
Dude,
I always thought Tiger Balm and Salumpus was like almost the same thing, right?
But the Tiger Balm was like in a little
It was a little
vial.
it was
and,
in- yeah.
and you put it like on a Q-tip and they say, hey man, I got a really bad headache.
Yeah.
Oh, just put like Tiger Balm. It
Yeah.
was Tiger Balm or Chinese green oil. My
Yeah.
uncle used that because my uncle had like really, really bad migraines. He would use that. And
Did
then
did any
put
of
it
your
up
older
nose.
relatives ever drink the green tea for weight loss? Like you see it in the tea section. It's like Chinese slimming tea.
Well, green tea is known to clear you out.
Oh, yeah?
Green tea, like it's got like a diuretic in it. I mean, not like you need.
I don't need
more of that these days.
any more diarrhea. What do you say? I don't need any more of that. That's for sure.
Let's see. It's Salampas is a salon pause is a transdermal analgesic, and I hope I pronounced that last word correctly.
I don't think it's analgesic.
Yeah.
Might be analgesic, maybe. But the way you say it is a lot of insight.
Whoa, patches containing fentanyl. Whoa.
Oh, dang.
Well, that's
2.0. Yeah, Jay, stop reading that. We don't want kids to start going out and buying all the Salumpus.
But yeah, there was Salumpus. We're just gonna call it Salumpus because that's what we grew up calling it, right? So there was Salumpus. There's the Chinese green oil, the Tiger Balm.
Yep.
I made the mistake, and the Tiger Balm was basically like for sore muscles and for like aches and pains. I mean, Icy Hot, Bengay had nothing on Tiger Balm, right? And I made the mistake when I was playing in a tournament once. Like I was like, oh man, call timeout because my knee was really aching.
Yeah.
Took a big, half the bottle.
Yep.
And it's super concentrated. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
Half the bottle I put like on a little rag, rubbed it on my knee. I thought my knee was gonna fall off, and that thing was burning. I was
Right,
like,
yeah.
I was like, is that Is that Tiger
And then
Bomb or
there
is
was,
that like?
there was like the American version of it, which was Bengay, which none of us ever wanted to use
like
because
sulfuric acid,
back
don't
then they would tease you about, oh, you're gay if you use Bengay. It's just like the dumbest freaking thing. And so we would use the Tiger Bomb.
Yeah.
But it's basically the Asian version of Bengay.
Yeah.
Right? Well, there you go. That was our little talk on Salumpas. Thanks, Jay.
But
I didn't even know where that was going, but we went there.
and your grandparents. Well, my grandmother, right? Even though like she
And
had,
watch,
like,
all the people are going to take away from this is don't use Salumpas. It has fentanyl.
Yeah. But basically, like what
Yeah,
my,
don't use
what
it.
my nana would do is I would have like any problem and she'd be like, "Oh, come here, boy," and it wasn't just like a little bit of the Vicks Vapo Rub.
Yeah.
It was like she would dig into that jar,
Yeah.
and come up with like a huge glop
Because
and
they got a
basically-
deal on it wholesale. Yep.
Yeah, no, and I mean that would, and she would like rub that like into my chest.
Yeah.
And you know, when I was in the 6th grade, I weighed like $105, you know,
Yeah.
dripping wet. And I'd be like, I mean, that cooling effect once it starts for the first like 20 seconds feels like great.
Yeah.
And then the burn sets in.
Yeah, the burn.
And you're like, whoo.
And the sliminess when
And
you
then
accidentally
you
touch
can't,
it.
yeah, and you can't look down because of course like the
Yeah.
the
Yeah,
vapor goes
yeah.
like right
We've
into
all
your
been
nose
there,
and-
Jay. We've all been there. You're taking me back. I mean, if I had anything like and it didn't even have to do with anything with respiratory, right? It's because they're putting the Vicks on your chest to open you up. It was, if anything, right? If, oh, my toe hurts, come here, and you got the rub down. Right? They put it on your chest, and sometimes they put a little right here, maybe some on the bottom of your feet. But definitely, I want to see, because you know how they say like all certain luncheon meats, like we're per capita the top. I wonder where Guam ranks like with consumption of Vicks or usage of Vicks or, you know, any of those things.
Probably a lot
Probably
higher.
pretty high.
Okay, Liz in Eva Beach, Hawaii says, my mom used dragon oil, and every time she comes to Hawaii, I take her to Chinatown. Rosemary Laguatnia says, heated coconut oil rubbed on the bottom of feet and stomach. I heard about that.
Coconut oil, yeah, definitely.
Yeah. What else we have?
I never heated it though. Like when my kids have a tummy ache, that's my go-to is I'll get the coconut oil.
Oh, and then
rub it
Liz
on.
says that too. My mom would warm coconut oil over a candle and rub my stomach, and then she wrapped it.
Right.
Okay.
Because there was a time, it was weird, guys, but in my generation, there was a time when a lot of my friends didn't want to smell like coconut oil because it had like a certain stereotypical connotation with it. But I think now that we're all on the same page.
What stereotypical, if coconut oil?
Yeah.
I mean, at worst, you would smell like what? Like a model?
Like an islander, I guess.
Yeah.
Like back. No, I'm saying when we were younger, a lot of us were just trying to be like the States, right? Looking out. And now I feel like with the Renaissance in culture, language, and just identity, everyone, instead of looking out, is looking in. And so we change our perspective on it, right?
Well, speaking of smells, right? Yeah, like I mean, everything is like so scented and branded these days.
Yeah.
I remember like a couple months ago, like you know when the pandemic was like in the middle, I spent a whole day cleaning my bathroom, like with jasmine scented like disinfectant.
Yeah.
And then I lit a vanilla candle. My whole house smelled like stripper.
I think your house. Anyway. All right, Jay. Thanks for that. Hey, it's 8 o'clock on The Breeze. We're KUAM FM, Hagati Guam 93.9, KUAM TV. Here we come. Good morning. Good morning, Guam, and good morning, KUAM TV. Welcome to the first Tuesday of 2022. That's what I'm going to do this week, every day this week. Tomorrow's first Wednesday, first Thursday, so just wait for it and get ready. It's January 4th, 2022, proudly brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Proud to be back. Was battling a little bit of a stomach thing yesterday. Figured I'd spare the Link fam from all the emissions, so to speak. So glad to be back. It's 8:02.
Speaking of vapors.
Let's go ahead and get into our 8 o'clock newscast here, brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest. For Sabrina Salas Matanani, Jason Salas, good morning.
Good morning. Some very serious news, and we welcome all of you just joining us now on KUN TV. Hafide and good morning from back here in Harmon, everybody, because alarmingly, the island's CAR score, the COVID area risk score, the metric developed by Dr. Felix Cabrera that assesses our island's vulnerability and infection rate, has skyrocketed significantly. It is now 9.0. It was 3.1 as of Saturday when the last batch of data came in. Of course, it was the long holiday weekend. but 3.1 over the weekend, now 9.0 this morning. Our community also is tragically mourning the loss of 3 more of our neighbors to COVID-related deaths. 273 Guamanian lives have been lost in the last 21 months. The 271st fatality was pronounced dead on arrival at the Guam Memorial Hospital on Christmas Eve. That patient was a 76-year-old woman who was vaccinated but had underlying health conditions. The 272nd COVID-related fatality was pronounced dead on arrival at the Guam Regional Medical City in Dedido on New Year's Eve. That patient was a 58-year-old man who was vaccinated. The 273rd COVID-related fatality occurred on New Year's Day, also at GMH. That patient was a 47-year-old female who was vaccinated and had underlying health conditions. As of last night, 8 people were in the hospital for COVID-19. These include 2 pediatric admissions, 2 children. Please send your prayers for them. Public Health also confirms as of last night 71 new positive cases of coronavirus, 7 from Public Health, 64 from various private clinics. Once again, the island's CAR score as of Saturday, 3.1 this morning, 9.0. Now remember, we've said that Dr. Cabrera came on and last year when he was still actively public health chief medical officer, saying when the CAR score gets up to about 1.2, that is the point when people start to have conversations about contingency, about planning, about response and everything. It's now gone way past that. It's now 9.0 as of this morning. Taking a look at some of your island news headlines. This is, of course, sponsored by our friends at Pacific Points, and we thank you for using that program. And let's get started off with the American Rescue Plan news, as the governor's office has announced a total of $17.6 million in allocations for the Mayor's Council of Guam. Some $200,000 of that funding will be transferred immediately to cover differential pay for mayor's staff.
The governor's office announced a total of $17.6 million in allocations for the mayor's council, and some $200,000 will be transferred immediately to cover differential pay for mayor's staff. This comes after ADLUP said it received verification from the U.S. Treasury it could do so. In a news release, the governor says she has been seeking such clarification in light of earlier disputes. This also includes criticism from Congressman Michael San Nicolas, who said Treasury officials had informed him that a portion of ARP funds could have gone directly to the mayors as non-entitlement units. ADLUP countered that Treasury had confirmed for them that, quote, Guam does not have any non-entitlement units and has allocated the $17.59 million to the County of Guam, which allows the government to use the allocation consistent with program-eligible uses. Among the allocations requested by the mayors, $2.5 million for village recycling and beautification, $1.38 million to lease or buy heavy equipment such as backhoes and tractor mowers, and $1.14 million to purchase heavy-duty pickup trucks for each village. The governor's office adds that through its due diligence, it was able to secure more funding for the mayors than they otherwise would have received. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
The public auditor, in other news, has some rather pointed criticism of the latest settlement agreements for the so-called Port 7 staffers. A new Office of Public Accountability audit questions the amount of the increments awarded to the reinstated public sector employees.
The Port 7 were employees fired during the Calvo administration for an alleged cover-up of a workman's comp claim. They challenged their firings and were reinstated with back pay by the current port management. And Public Auditor B.J. Cruz has been reviewing the settlement agreements.
Preliminarily, for the entire 7, it'll probably cost about $3.5 million. Just these 2 employees on this audit cost $1.1 million.
The 2 he's referring to are the focus of the latest audit, identified only as employees S and T. Cruz has several concerns.
Our first problem with that is that the port has decided that everybody that they're bringing back and they're giving them the highest increment annually, which means that their salary every year has gone up 5%. And one employee started out, was terminated from the port at 83, came back and was making 118.
Auditors contend that because the 7 weren't actually working at the port, they should get the lower increment of 2% instead of the 5%, which is for outstanding work. And Cruz had another concern.
the supervisor turns in this performance evaluation, and the general manager has to sign it to certify it and to implement it. And the problem at the port, I don't know what was happening during that whole period, but for some reason, a lot of these personnel actions, these performance evaluations, were not signed by the GM. The port says, well, the fact that it wasn't signed doesn't mean that it was denied, and it can't be withheld. Well, your own port rules and regulations state that in order to activate that, there has to be a signature by the general manager.
To further support his argument, the public auditor points to one particular employee settlement agreement.
She even demanded back wages from before she was terminated for an increment that wasn't given to the employee during that 2011-2012. And that to me shows that wasn't supposed to be given, and now it's being given.
In a statement, Port General Manager Rory Respicio said that an analysis of the methodology used to deconstruct the salaries of the two reinstated employees showed they were underpaid. But the OPA was also critical of the port's lack of due diligence. Any salary amount earned by the employees while they were away from the port is supposed to be subtracted from the settlement amount.
Neither one of these two employees presented their W-2 forms. And the port didn't ask for the W-2 forms. The port didn't ask for their tax returns for those years to show how much they claimed in their tax returns.
Meanwhile, Port GM Respicio says he will be forwarding the audit and their response to the Attorney General for his review and guidance. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
All right, we have a really cool story now for those of you who are fans of the printed word, as with a new year, perhaps comes time to turn a new page. Just a few feet away from the front door of the PD Mayor's office, a bookshelf with a variety of genres awaits you. And PD Mayor Jesse Gallig told KUM News how this very interesting project came about.
It's a new year, and perhaps it's now time to turn a new page. Just a few feet away from the front door of the PD Mayor's office, a bookshelf with a variety of genres, like children's books, fantasy, among others, hangs on the wall. PD Mayor Jesse Gallig told KUM News how the project came about.
The Rotary Club of Pago Bay came out with a really cool shelf. I don't know if you saw it in a picture, but it's a nice blue shelf that's actually mounted outside of the office, so that residents could actually come by and take a look at what books we have available. And they certainly can borrow a book and leave a book if they have one to share. And it's open to all residents of all ages. And of course, I'm all about promoting any kind of literacy in the village.
Whether you're from PD or not, you can still grab a book. The Take a Book, Leave a Book is like a library, but the difference is you don't have to be quiet. There are no due dates, late fees, and book cards. All you have to do is just read. We have different types of genres in the shelf at the moment. We have some Chamorro books, so that's kind of cool, and some novel type books for the older reader. So that, it's a real exciting project. I'm so grateful for the Rotary Club of Pago Bay for bringing the books out to the village and for promoting literacy. There is no library within the village of PD. The Rotary E-Club of Pago Bay, Guam mounted the shelf last Thursday on December 30th. Tanya McDaniel designed the library. Alec anticipates a great turnout as he shares that residents are already willing to give their books.
We look forward to sharing these books with the residents, and I think it'll work out as well for the residents to come and share their books with us. And, so it'll be a nice exchange of ideas and thoughts, I think, when it comes to reading. We're so grateful because we've already received some residents wanting to donate some books for the bookshelf for the case. So we're excited about that. Now we just need the kids and other residents to come by and check it out.
Meanwhile, Guam Education Board Chair Mark Mendiola, who built the box, shared the same sentiments as Mayor Alec, hoping that residents enhance reading.
I really love the idea. It just gives an opportunity for our communities to, engage and, go in there and just share knowledge through books.
Books can be swapped and don't have to be returned. Donations can be made to the mayor's office.
Now, getting back to news about Island Healthcare. For those of you waiting for the Pfizer vaccine, the wait is over as a shipment that Public Health was expecting arrived just last week of that vaccine. Here's Daniel Perez with more.
Our Pfizer shipment came in. It arrived on Friday last week on December 31st. We received a total of 2,340 doses of the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine, and this is the adult vaccine, the one for ages 12 and older. So we did receive them, and we're very glad that they arrived.
Public Health PIO Janela Carrera confirming the arrival of the Pfizer vaccine. As we reported last week, the UOG vaccination clinic had run out of the said vaccine, while the northern and southern community healthcare centers were low on stock. With this new shipment, UOG has now received its share to continue vaccinations.
So we did distribute them, and we did give some to the UOG vaccination clinic. So they do have their allocation, and operations are back to normal. So they are able to give doses to those who are looking for either their regular or first doses of the Pfizer vaccine, or if they're looking for their booster shots, then they're able to give booster shots to those seeking it.
To avoid another pause in vaccinations, Carrera assured residents that more orders for the vaccines have been placed.
We had already placed our next order for vaccines. I don't know the exact date of when that will be arriving for Pfizer and for Moderna as well, but we have already placed that order. So this is a routine order that we place, and it's usually either once a week or once every other week.
Carrera added that once they expect the new shipment to arrive, Public Health has already placed an order for a new batch of vaccines. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at regional headlines now. And the CNMI continues to battle coronavirus up north, as the CNMI did record a staggering 5 COVID-19 deaths over the past week. Public health officials parsed through the data to get a clear picture, as Tomas Mangloni explains in this next story.
So this is a grim reminder that we still need to protect ourselves and our community from COVID.
5 COVID-19 related fatalities in the past week, signs of how the frontline battle is far from over.
Behind these statistics, they are individuals, they are loved ones, and we need to be respectful of that.
Since October, there have been over 3,000 new cases in Saipan's first surge. Also skyrocketing is the vaccination rate, now at 95.1%.
Since this recent surge in cases that you have had, there have been 15 deaths. Now, of those 15 deaths, tragically, 9 had never been vaccinated, 1 had a single dose, and 5 were fully vaccinated. But none of these people had a booster dose. It's a reminder that in a community that's highly vaccinated, this disease is very, very deadly for the unvaccinated.
Those deaths ranging from the age of 43 to 95 years old. A new year with the same message: get vaccinated, and if it's time, get boosted.
This is a new year, so let's try to make it good for all of us. We are reminding everyone that the pandemic is not over.
Tomas Manglotnya for KOAM News. KOAM News.
And staying with regional headlines, let's head to Tinian now, as Mayor Edwin Aldan in the island said the state of the island is united. In his New Year's address, the mayor checked off major milestones that includes their response to coronavirus.
The state of Tinian is united. In his New Year's address, Tinian Mayor Edwin Aldan checked off major milestones for the island. That includes their COVID response.
The people of Tinian have done a remarkable job in terms of vaccinations. Since the recent publication of the 2020 census data, Tinian's vaccination rates indicate that we have reached over 90% of the total population.
A blow to the tourism industry and reliance on federal funds also leaving its mark.
The ARPA funds that were given to the Tinian municipality, I was able to bring back the employees who were initially furloughed due to the decrease in revenue stream, and more importantly, create more jobs to hire individuals that will in turn boost Tinian's economy.
That boost coming with the completion of a slaughterhouse.
we were able to complete the slaughterhouse, more formerly known as Tinian's Qualidad Meat Processing Center, that will promote USDA grass-fed beef with hopes that it will eventually become a sustainable industry.
A booming military industry also gaining ground, with an initial $160 million Department of Defense plan for a divert airfield.
Many of you are worried that talks are still ongoing for the proposed live fire training on Tinian and the Northern Islands. I want you to know that we remain strong in our stance to prohibit the use of live fire in our region. After many years of negotiating with the Department of Defense, we have come to a point of mutual understanding and respect for one another.
Mayor Aldon also placing focus on renewable energy, waste management, and decentralization to cut the red tape for Tinian to act quicker on decisions about its future.
There is only one team here, Team Tinian. This island belongs to us, and so let's continue working together.
Tomas Manglotnya for KUAM News.
But very much, Tomas. Great job on that report. Oh, look who is in front of us right now. The man himself in studio, Tomas Manglotnya, our regional correspondent, joining us now. So, Tomas, interesting news from the mayor of Tinian about some of the progress they've made over there and some of the opportunities that they're now pursuing.
Yes, all happening obviously over the years, but really forming this year. He talked about the developments with the divert airfield, that $160 million.
And the meat packing, right? There's a lot of meat packing.
Slaughterhouse there.
Cool. I just want to go in. I'm sorry, Tomas, I don't want to interrupt, but this slaughterhouse thing, props to Tinian. I mean, the Tinian beef, when I was of the generation where I would go to Pedro's. Did you ever go to Pedro's?
Yeah, of course.
I would go to Pedro's in Anigua, and I would go with my grandpa when he got his, at the time he was retired, he got his retirement check. It'd always be like grandkids lottery, who gets to go with grandpa grocery shopping, because there was always a stop at McDonald's at the end. And so we would go to Pedro's and we would buy the Tinian beef. And so I can remember when it was a thing. And then I don't know what happened, if it was something with the law or whatever, but you just never saw it again. And that's something that we're starting to discuss here. I think there might even be a bill at the legislature, but props to you guys for already having it. I mean, it's up and running, right?
Right, yeah, and I was actually supposed to visit last time, but because of the surge, they canceled flights. So maybe next time we'll give you an on-the-ground look at it. But really exciting, both for Tinian and for new industries that are coming up, for locals, for really everyone in the region to enjoy. So
now, are they thinking about, like, as far as like what their production yield would be, right? Like, this is where I'm like nerdy MBA guy, right?
Yeah.
Are they thinking of not only like exporting throughout the Marianas and obviously to Guam and everything like that, but are they thinking possibly broader?
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't get a chance to really look into it. I do know that they opened a few months ago, and and it's going well. And especially with the military development there now. And we had the Bureau of Military Affairs on the show not too long ago saying that they're looking forward to the booming industry that's going to bring.
What kind of industry is that?
The Bureau of Military Affairs for the CNMI came on and said tourism, the more R&R for the military, but also developments. And it was interesting. I need to ask Maradon more about what he meant with by working with DOD to make sure that there aren't any live fire training happening on Tinian, given that some of the plans are moving forward.
Right. Yeah.
We'll see.
Tomas, has there, just on the surge in the NMI, has there been any determination on whether or not Omicron is at play here?
The last variants they received were Delta, so they did confirm it because, in our previous reporting, we were saying it's likely Delta, so we confirmed it is Delta. They said that they're sending more samples in the coming days to identify whether or not it's Omicron that's spreading right now, because last night they reported more cases and an additional death yesterday just after the press conference that we held. So
actually I think Esther actually announced that during the press conference, right? I remember when it first started, she goes, guys, there's like 5, and I was like, 5?
Yeah, actually she announced that there were 5 deaths, and then I called after to clarify. I said, you didn't announce the 18th, and so the numbers didn't add up. So then that's how we found out that there was an additional death. And what they're seeing now, especially with hospitalizations too, and this is something I asked about. We posted the full press conference on YouTube if you want to watch it. Is that now we're seeing something that happened here in Guam in terms of the split of vaccinated and unvaccinated being almost even with hospitalizations, but still the vast majority of the deaths are unvaccinated.
Right. Tomas, are we talking like straight up unvaccinated, or are we talking people who may have got one shot but not completed the series? Or
unvaccinated.
now
Of the past 15 deaths, they told us 9 were unvaccinated, 1 was single dose, and 5 were fully vaccinated. One thing that Dr. Ali Khan, who's a consultant for the World Health Organization, who is on Saipan helping with the response, said is that boosters are, especially now, more critical.
Right.
So, and I think you're seeing across different areas that probably we're gonna have to change the definition of fully vaccinated because, it's seems to be going that way.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Anything else with NMI?
There
was a whole thing. I want to say it was something that rhymes with impeachment.
Yes. Today will be the first meeting of the House impeachment panel that will be deciding the future of the resolution that was introduced for impeachment. It is likely that this will move to a vote in a matter of weeks. So we really could end the month with the impeachment vote happening. And it was interesting. I got my hands on the impeachment rules that they adopted in 2013 in the Senate, because obviously after the House will impeach and then the Senate will hold a trial. That's the process. And
so just because they have the votes to impeach him, that doesn't mean anything really other than the votes would affirm that a trial will take place?
He will be, if that happens, he'll be impeached. You can think of it as, Trump and how he was impeached, but, not. Or even with Fitiel, who was impeached but then resigned, so the trial never happened.
Right.
But everyone looking ahead and all of this happening amid this election year, and the Democrats are set to announce their full slate in the next week or so, given that they've... that Tina Sablan was announced a few months ago, but we're waiting to hear who her running mate will be. And so today the impeachment panel will be meeting for the first time to discuss how they're going to move forward, whether or not they're going to have to call in witnesses again, review documents, or send it back to the House floor for a full vote. So that could happen any moment now.
Well, that's very interesting. Tomas, when we were in our surge, obviously being in it, you couldn't see the end, right? So where do you think the NMI is right now?
Well, we're week 11, I believe, and most surges that we've seen here lasted about 16 weeks, right, or less.
The very first lockdown we had was 3 weeks, and that was the most restrictive, and then we had the other one in 2020, and that was 15, and that was when we went from P-Core.
Was that before Thanksgiving?
Yeah, that was pre-Thanksgiving 2020, and then this one that we had 2021 was what?
I think that was from June to September.
It was crazy. 17 weeks, 19 weeks, something like that.
Yeah, and so we'll see. I mean, it's difficult, right? I mean, I would hate to see a prolonged surge more than a dozen weeks, but it's all compounded with Omicron and all of these other issues that we're seeing. And so I don't know. We'll see if the CMI gets to have a break. Obviously, the numbers have dipped in testing because of the holidays. So we'll see. I mean,
on our end, I kind of feel like we're also a little bit in the dark because of these back-to-back 3-day weekends and what it's done with the testing. But I feel like people are getting sick and they want to get tested. And now that we've kind of reinstated the 6-day-a-week testing, go out there and get tested, guys.
And Daniel Perez did report just last week when they said why public health was saying this sudden increase and dramatic uptake in the number of positive cases and everything, and they said they directly attribute that to holiday gatherings, people going around.
But then they also said that it was because they didn't do testing for a couple of days, and so there was a backup.
Yeah, I mean, you find what you're looking for, right? So
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking of something because when we had Kevin Bautista on, like all those times and everything, he said, you know, the CNMI always extends, you know, like when we were going through our surge and our lockdown, he goes, you know, we extend, you know, like our support, our prayers, whatever, you know, we can do for you guys. We're always keeping you guys 100 miles below us in our thoughts and everything like that. So what do you think, guys? Like what wisdom, or maybe based on our experience with surges, could we offer to, you know, like our family up in the NMI?
Well, I don't know. For the last surge we had, we didn't really do anything other than tell the unvaccinated they can't eat out. And it didn't really work out for us. So my advice would be, don't do what we did, which we didn't really do much of anything, but don't do much of anything. Do something.
yeah, I mean, it's difficult because people are also now, I don't know how early it is, but, you know, we can get a professional opinion on this about it becoming an endemic. They released a whole guidebook on how to live COVID safe, which is basically full of the messages we've been inundated with for the past 2 years. I mean, now they allow home quarantine, which is a major change, because before it was almost as if you tested positive and then you were sent away to the Kanoa Resort or PAC or Marianas Resort facility to stay for 10 days.
You know, what's something crazy too is I remember we were interviewing Dr. Margaret Toriochima, you know, the dean of the UOG College of Nursing once, and she just mentioned, like, kind of like off the cuff, and she's like, man, Jace, you know, all the different pandemics we've been through, like, in our lifetime. And at the time I was thinking, I was like, you know, when have you ever used the word pandemic in your lifetime? But we've actually been through now coronavirus. We've also been through leptospirosis, bird flu, you know, avian flu.
Yeah, but none of those compared.
AIDS. No, but I mean, these are
this
still technically.
This is what a real pandemic
No, these
is.
are still technically
Oh,
pandemics.
yeah,
It's a global AIDS,
right,
you know,
right,
was.
Yeah, but where we're at, Tomas, I just want to let you know is this morning I kind of opened the show and we were talking about how the governor had made some comments at the University of Guam Fieldhouse. I think it was Daniel who got her. And she had basically said that everything that I am doing under the assumption that Omicron is already here. And so, you know, us playing the devil's advocate that, you know, we're often want to do, we kind of question, well, what are we doing? Because if the governor says whatever she's doing is under the assumption that Omicron's here, outside of increasing testing to 6 days a week, what are we doing? And so we actually got a call from Logan Regis, who is the digital marketing
manager
for Adelup, and he has been cleared to come on this show. And I guess share the administration's, share the administration's plan for Omicron. So I thought that was an interesting turn of events.
So when are we getting him?
Well, I think we'll make some time tomorrow.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah. So that's that, and that's where we're at.
Yeah, I wonder if they're because right now the quarantine or the isolation guidelines is 5 days, right?
Yeah.
But they said that's only going to be for frontliners. The CNMI is having a similar message, but I think they might pivot to maybe adopt that. I don't know, because that's the recommendation.
Yeah.
Right?
So we're in this weird place right now where it's the Omicron variant. I mean, I don't want to say, but do you think that it's going to end up being kind of a nothing burger compared to Delta?
I don't know. I've heard Dr. Fauci, the CDC, talk about how it might be early, signposting for how this is becoming an endemic, because it
Can you elaborate what you mean when you say this is becoming an endemic?
Epidemic versus pandemic versus endemic.
So this is, he's saying that because this is spreading faster and it's more mild, right? And right now the early indicators are that it doesn't cause, if you're vaccinated, boosted, etc., it doesn't cause as much as severe illness or death.
Right.
And so it's what Public Health and Sapancos calls living safe with COVID, right? You can live, there are ways around it. There are therapeutics that can treat it. And so while it's not like the common flu, it might be treated as such,
right?
In society.
Which, when I hear that, I hear, what's the point, really?
And further to our earlier discussion, Salumpas does not work against coronavirus.
Right. I mean, that's a huge public health question, right? That's exactly their role. That's exactly their role.
And I mean, how long does this stay a public health emergency? so to speak. Because are we doing anything under this emergency that we can only do under this emergency? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, it seems like the only thing we're doing that this state of emergency allows is funny business with procurement. I mean, that's what I see.
And Tomas,
right? I mean,
I think that might be also endemic.
Tomas, it is interesting to think
that's
about.
What I see, sir. I just see that.
It's interesting to consider because as we talk about, like it becoming like endemic, and you said, at least with this particular mutation, this strain, right?
Yeah.
It's a little less on face
But
value.
how does the government come out, and how does Logan or Crystal or the governor, how do they come out and say it's not that bad, guys? It's very mild.
I guess we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, they don't. They can't say that. They cannot say that.
But what is interesting is when we had epidemiologist Dr. Annette David, remember Chris, a couple weeks ago, and she said as the core virus continues to mutate and to evolve and everything like that, she goes, there's a possibility. She didn't nail this down, but she goes, there is a possibility that future mutations could actually be maybe less severe.
Yeah.
Because she's like, if you think about this less as a virus and more as like a parasite, the worst thing for a parasite to do is to kill the host.
Yeah.
In the interest of its own self-preservation, it might just say it's.
I mean, when I heard that, Jay, I was like, that sounds too simple to be accurate. But I mean, she's the epidemiologist, so.
Well,
because otherwise it just burns out, and then that's the end of that. Yeah. Well, not really. But.
We can do as much as we can in the communities we're in, but if you look at the world too, only about 48% of the world is vaccinated. So all of these mutations are only gonna, which is why it's not over till it's over, right? And half of the world still remains to be unvaccinated, which means that there are more ways for this virus to pivot.
Exactly, but then it's like, okay, half the world's unvaccinated, and we get them vaccinated, then we got to get them their booster, then we got to get them their other booster, then you know what I'm saying? So it's
which is why
really...
it's a race.
Yeah.
It is a race. And yesterday, one thing that was new in the CNMI Public Health's response is get vaccinated now, and especially with the therapeutics, get treated as early as you can, right?
What type of therapeutics are you talking about? Because when I hear
antibody, treatments.
Whenever I hear therapeutics, I think of crystals and incense. No, I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, well, this is going to need an extra boost in addition to prayer. So
right.
We'll see.
So therapeutics like the monoclonal antibody treatment, right, which is still available at Mangilau, the Mangilau across the mayor's office. It's the Mangilau Senior Citizen Center.
The night market, basically.
Right, yeah. So when we get Logan on, which I think it's, kind of a no-brainer during this public health emergency, I was very disappointed in the absence of public health, in the absence of the governor's office, in the absence of any real government agency on this show. It is really just petty, and I hope that in this new year they can put aside whatever differences they have with us and do their job, which is to inform the public on this platform, which I feel reaches the broadest audience, given that we're on TV, we're on radio, and we're on Facebook Live. So if you want to get the message out about anything, and the door's always been open. I mean, we went blue in the face asking public health to come on here and to put messaging out about boosters, about vaccination, about all that stuff. And for whatever reason, they chose not to. So hopefully this will signify kind of a thaw on Adeloop's part. We'll see how it turns out. Back to the news now. Tomas, you good?
Yes.
Is there a daily question?
Not today, but we'll do a roundup maybe later in the week.
Thank you.
But the big thing too, of course, and why we've kind of gathered here this morning is congratulations on last night's episode of Pacific Matters.
Yeah.
That was phenomenal.
Yes. Can you stick around when we finish the newscast, and then we'll tease to that new episode?
No, actually, we're good to go.
Oh, you're good to go? Okay, fine. I guess we're good to go.
All right.
No time like the present.
So a little bit about your new episode, Tomas.
Yes, and so this really traces some of the major events in the past 2 years of COVID in the CNMI, leading up to the essential worker from Guam who broke the rules and potentially caused the
Someone
spike.
from Guam caused the spike,
and all the way to the federal help arriving. So it's interesting, right? We forget how it was like in the beginning when no one knew anything about this, and decisions were being made every single day. And so this
crazy decisions.
Crazy decisions.
Yeah. Now we look back on it like you got to burn the body in 24 hours of a COVID death. That was crazy. It was craziness.
Right. And so this brings us back if you want to go back there.
Yeah.
It brings us all the way back there in the span of our reporting on Saipan, and it really shows you how we got here.
Yeah.
You know?
All right. So there you go. It's the new episode of Pacific Matters with Tomas Maglotnia, and you got it right here on the link. Good morning.
Hafa and welcome to another episode of Pacific Matters in 2022. And on this episode, we're taking a closer look back at the COVID-19 response in the Sinai that led to Saipan's first surge. In our first story dating back to March 2020, the Sinai officials report one of the first suspected COVID-19 related deaths. Sinai Governor Ralph Torres and hospital CEO Esther Munya announced a 70-year-old male passed away yesterday on Saipan. His death related to what they believe is COVID-19.
Specimen has been sent out to Guam Public Health Lab, and we are awaiting the results of COVID-19 testing.
The deceased Sinai resident sought help at the hospital on March 25th and was put under quarantine as a person under investigation with his wife at the designated Kanoa Hotel facility.
The deceased male had no travel history, but contact with someone who had tested positive for COVID-19.
Munya confirmed that the case is related to the NMI's first confirmed coronavirus patients announced on Saturday. Governor Torres expressed his sympathy for the family.
Our thoughts are with the deceased family during this difficult time. We will render all necessary assistance to his family.
The governor also handing down strict directives, expanding curfew from 7 p.m. to 6 a.m. for all residents. Exceptions were made for first responders, medical workers, law enforcement, and private sector employees on duty within the hours. These restrictions take hold as the hospital ramps up its own safety measures. As of news time, the NMI sent 20 specimens to Guam for testing. They await 11 results and planned to at least test 8 more individuals today. Guam Public Health Director Linda Denorsi on KUAM's Containing COVID-19 special report tells us that 5 tests are set aside for the NMI per day on Guam, in addition to those which might be sent off-island. On Saipan, CHC Dr. Beth Conan echoes the message to stay home.
Don't assume it was just in one place. Assume it's everywhere. Everyone needs to be careful. Everyone needs to stay home. Everyone needs to wash their hands. It was not just in one neighborhood. It is everywhere.
And in this next story from April 2020, drive-through testing began on Saipan. Alina Concepcion is the first to undergo drive-through community-based testing for COVID-19 on Saipan.
Please get tested.
Free testing is now available for anyone in the Northern Marianas wanting to be tested. Hospital CEO Esther Munya says they can run over 400 Solgent tests a day.
Saipan residents must be registered to get their nasal specimen collected at the Saipan International Airport at their designated time and day. The arrival and departure areas will be used to accommodate drive-through specimen collection from registered vehicle passengers.
Testing is not mandatory, but the task force encourages residents to request a test. The governor's office producing this 8-minute video outlining the 5-step process.
Step 1 is to request a test. This can be done either online or by phone.
Residents will be called back to schedule the appointment and given a test number. Testing is limited to 4 people per vehicle. The governor's office tells KUAM that positive cases will be quarantined at the Kanoa Resort facility, followed by contact tracing.
Our goal is to provide you with your results as quickly as possible within a reasonable time frame.
They're preparing to bring drive-through testing to Rota and Tinian. On May 13, 2020, KUAM took to the streets to visit some Saipan businesses who were persisting through the pandemic. Here's more. With most people staying at home, many businesses are trying to stay afloat. Philip Canuto has managed Island Touch on Saipan for the past 7 years.
For the past 2 months, we have sale but very little.
These days, much of the flowers, leis, and heart-shaped pillows go untouched in his shop in what is usually a bustling senior prom and graduation season. Couples' vows also have to wait.
I have a 6 weddings supposed to be for May and June. That's really confirmed, but they canceled.
Just a few minutes away, Rob Trevilla runs Tribe Marianas clothing store. Their doors have been shut for over a month. It's not the first storm he's braved.
It brings me back to like Typhoon Yutu, you know, when I was one of the people during Typhoon Yutu that lost their home. And I was really devastated and depressed during that time, but it took a lot of my close friends and family to tell me that, hey man, by you being down and depressed and, you know, and trying to shy away from society, it's kind of like when they turn on the bat signal and Batman never shows up.
But people continue to answer his call and shop online, their logo standing for a One Marianas approach to recovery.
It's something that we definitely do need to keep pushing to the community that we're going to get through this.
His partner also runs Selena's Beauty Works in Tumon on Guam, and she's feeling the pressure. Like many during these uncertain times, the question remains, what's next?
When times are hard, pray. When times are good.
And we'll be right back with more from the past year. Welcome back to the show. In our next story, we take a look back at our story from June 2020, a behind-the-scenes look at Saipan's first COVID-19 laboratory.
This is the COVID testing specimens on Diaplex come into this room first. And this room here is used to mix up the reagents, so they do what's called the master mix in this room.
KUAM News going behind the scenes of the COVID-19 laboratory on Saipan. On the front line, Dr. Philip Dowderman says the public health response is in full force.
While the community-based testing was going, it was at least 90 a day, and some days 200 to 300 a day or more. When it first started, it was like 300 or 400 a day, and then it kind of slowed down after that.
With 5 testing platforms, the Commonwealth now aims at testing half of its population through a village-based initiative. Hospital CEO Esther Muñoz says building capacity was not easy.
We were worried that those people that were not coming in may have the virus and are further, infecting other people. So we wanted to it became a very high priority for us to get enough testing capability.
Muñoz says staff at the hospital are often tested with new guidelines. She wants to reassure the public that as the economy gradually reopens, the hospital is ready to hold the line.
We have the hospital capacity, increasing our ACS, the alternate care site, having that ability is that at the end of the day, it's about saving your life, and that's what we're doing.
And in April, we reported on the 60,000 test kits that the Sinamay government acquired from South Korea. 60,000 COVID-19 test kits acquired for the Northern Marianas. Hospital CEO Esther Muñoz says they expect to be ready for community testing in 2 weeks.
For the purpose of public health, for the purpose of protecting our community, we believe that having a population-based testing capacity is necessary for our community, especially a community that is fragile. I mean, the healthcare is fragile.
Muñoz clarifying that these test kits from Asia are not approved by the U.S. FDA, but have gotten the green light by its equivalent in South Korea. She says they have a high accuracy rate and are the same kits ordered by some cities across America.
On the public health side, we're utilizing the Korean FDA-approved, test kits for the purpose of surveillance, basically public health activities, including containment of the virus and not having further and widespread transmission.
As the entire country competes for supplies, Muñoz says it's not likely that the islands will get 60,000 test kits for the U.S. FDA equipment already on site.
For example, we have positive cases. Of course, we are likely going to validate it with the FDA equipment.
A South Korean pathologist is on Saipan to train staff on how to use the equipment and conduct quality checks. More help is on the way. Overnight, Governor Ralph Torres announcing the construction of an alternate care site at Canoa Resort to treat confirmed and suspected cases.
I hope we never get to use it. But if we do need it in a month.
And in May 2020, we got a behind-the-scenes look at the grand opening of the alternate care site on Saipan, which is now being used to address the COVID-19 surge happening at this moment. Breaking overnight, there are 3 new cases of COVID-19 on Saipan. 3 males ages 19, 25, and 27 are in stable condition, asymptomatic, and isolated at Canoa Resort after testing positive. The NMI Governor's Task Force says that it isn't clear if the cases are caused by current infections or if the tests are detecting viral debris of a prior infection. CHCC explains that the cases were most likely exposed through a small gathering of people from different households. As the number of cases increases in the Commonwealth, NMI Governor Ralph Torres also unveiled the Sinamay alternate care site with a tour for the legislature and media today at Canoa Resort. Though members of the minority say that they were not invited to the tour, the media rode on a bus with the governor and members of his task force to the alternate care site.
Every case is concerning, right? Obviously, we don't want to get any more cases, but the fact that our numbers is still low and our community continue to do social distancing.
Helios Engineering Group are the lead designers, with their engineers creating state-of-the-art facilities ranging from triage to pharmacy storage. The site is 70% completed. Patrick Guerrero is the governor's authorized representative who was along for the over 1-hour tour.
This here now is going to be a 50 ICU bed facility on the first level, and on this main wing up above, 5 floors, 152 mid-level care rooms. The property itself has an additional 72 rooms on the tower side.
Governor Torres took questions throughout the tour, sharing how he hopes the site is never used.
It's going to be costly, but you know, when you're talking about health, price is not an option. We don't deter making the right decision.
All right, we'll be right back with more on the CNMI's COVID-19 outbreak. Welcome back. In this next story, in May 2020, we address some of the issues regarding containment costs in the CNMI on containing COVID. There are now 21 confirmed cases of COVID-19 in the Northern Marianas. 2 more cases were announced by the CNMI government over the weekend of a 31-year-old male and 22-year-old female. The individuals were found through contact tracing and are in stable condition. They are contacts of prior cases.
And over 3,000 have been determined as negative. The community-based testing, again, that did result in 1 positive, which resulted in other contacts.
Community-based testing expands to Rota and Tinian. Today, Muñoz says that they're able to test up to 94 people a day. Any positive cases on the 2 islands will be medevac to Saipan for treatment.
Working along with Tinian and Rota to facilitate the 3-day community-based testing, and so far this morning everything's going well. So we'll keep you posted on outcome and results.
Meanwhile, on the economic front, a spreadsheet sent to KUAM shows emergency contracts as of May 8. Among them is $11.7 million for PIC and $14.2 million for Canoa Resort quarantine and non-congregate shelters. The governor's authorized representative, Patrick Guerrero, at the legislature last week explained that these will be paid with federal funds and are markers not to exceed.
For us, it's not a matter of favoring somebody or a specific contractor. In the pandemic, during times of disaster, you got to look at what items, goods that can be provided at the time. And that's what we go for.
The task force notes how vital these facilities are to public health, especially with quarantine travelers. Members of the legislature continue to scrutinize spending.
We are concerned most fundamentally about transparency and accountability for all of these monies. And one of the issues that came up last week wasn't the awarding of contracts. And every contract, at least in response to this COVID disaster emergency, has been a sole source emergency contract.
Now, in more recent weeks, an essential worker from Guam likely caused the COVID-19 spike in community cases on Saipan. Here's our report from November. A non-compliant essential worker from Guam is linked to the recent spike in community cases on Saipan.
They're supposed to just go to work, go home or go to their lodging. What we found out from this essential worker was that they were actually thinking of attending a party. And so we did, bring them back to Canoa, and basically said that, you're done. you got to go back. But, and decided to leave right away. So, again, I cannot. The only thing I can say is that I cannot confirm, of course, because we still need to know if that was the individual. But we can confirm that the contacts were somehow connected with this individual.
It's unclear if any legal action will be taken. She says the focus remains on saving lives.
What we are looking at for the next step really is, basically strengthen our testing strategies. Also working with the contact tracing. The contact tracing is excellent. They do excellent work, and with the lab and our nurses here, really working really hard.
And with schools set to reopen in the coming days, vaccine mandates also loom.
Our board of trustees did approve the adding the COVID vaccines into the current law. The current law does require that students, if they're going to be attending school, they have to have a health certificate, and that requires that they get the vaccines that are, from measles, mumps, rubella, everything. We just added the COVID-19 vaccines into that.
She says the vast majority of comments they've received so far are in favor of the requirement, but has this message to those who are still hesitant.
These are safe. The vaccines are safe. They were not rushed. They were all tested, and there's data. Obviously, even FDA has given a unanimous approval. Let me just go back to that. FDA unanimously approved for the panel approved the vaccine for children. So did the ACIP committee, the Advisory Council for Immunization Practices. They also unanimously approved these vaccines. So I have no reason to doubt that. This is a Chamorro traditional way of protecting your loved ones. So yeah, it is your choice, but you have to understand that, it's also some people don't have a choice, and it's unfair to them, and I feel like we need to be able to protect others.
So far, over 100 children received the first dose of the Pfizer vaccine on Saipan. The vaccine for kids was made available to families on Rota and Tinian on Monday. And in this next story, in December, we sat down with island mayors to discuss Tinian's first community cases. Contact tracers are on Tinian tracking down its first COVID-19 cases.
This is an inevitable. It meant to happen at this point of time. It's happening in Tinian. We have the first community spread.
There are at least 4 cases on Tinian as of Wednesday morning. The news comes as Star Mariana suspends all commercial flights indefinitely. Local leaders are deliberating on plans to address the spread on Tinian and whether or not to send all people who test positive to Saipan.
Send our people up to Saipan. Is Saipan have enough rooms to accommodate if this gets more than 100, 200 infected patients? Where do we go from that? Honestly, and I want to talk very frankly. Growing up in Tinian, and then this would also probably be felt in Rona. If we let our people, make our people continue to practice when you are positive, and we tell you, we'll allow you to stay at home, and we don't have to send you to Saipan, and allow you to stay at home, and just don't go out.
Saipan is home to the NMI's only hospital and hosts the alternate care site and quarantine facilities at Canoa Resort and Marianas Resort. However, as of news time, it's unclear what protocol will be in place for possible cases found on Rota and Tinian. Vaccinations and testing are available on Rota and Tinian. So far, 1,654 people on Tinian and 1,466 people on Rota are fully vaccinated.
Think of your family. Come in and take your shots. The Tinian and Rota and the cinema cannot be exemptions from the rest of the world. This COVID coming over to Tinian and through community is inevitable. It's going to happen. Now it happened.
Meanwhile, on Rota, there are no confirmed cases, but there are worries.
I'm praying to God every day that this horrible disease do not enter our island. The spike of the COVID-19 in Saipan seemed to change the minds of these people that have not been vaccinated yet.
86.7% of the NMI's eligible population is fully vaccinated. And after this break, we'll be right back with how people are transitioning to living with COVID.
another episode of Pacific Matters, and in our next story, we visit a new pharmacy that was set up at the alternate care site to augment the frontline battle.
This is basically set up as an extension of the pharmacy in the hospital. We do here coordination of whatever medication the patients need here at Kanoa or even in the other alternative care sites.
All hands on deck at the alternate care site as frontliners on Saipan battle the first surge.
Here we have, we prepare the daily medications of the admitted patients, technically admitted patients, and even prepare Region Cove for easy facilitation of processing, ordering, and preparation of medications. So when there's a patient needing Region Cove or any other COVID therapeutics, it's here. It's being prepared and efficiently, and so that the patient do not have to wait.
They're working on transporting patients faster across the island.
We are coordinating all those pharmaceutical needs. So the outpatient pharmacy in the hospital, the inpatient, and this site coordinates what the patient would need so we can deliver and process fast.
As of Wednesday, there are at least 9 patients at the alternate care site, and as cases climb, the NMI hospital chief says home quarantine instead of in a government facility for those who test positive is being considered.
Everywhere in the world, when people are detected as positive, they can home quarantine. So those are things that are being considered right now.
She shares an urgent reminder.
Don't just go and get tested. Get tested and act as if you're positive so that you don't go spreading it to other people. What's happening is totally opposite. People get tested and then they go out and hang out with family members, and more people are identified. I don't know what to say.
And in our last story of this episode, we visit the COVID-19 community center that opened up in Koblerville on Saipan to address the COVID-19 outbreak and also help us live with COVID as we continue to see cases rise each and every day.
It doesn't mean that we're going to get results for you faster than we already are, but it does mean is that you have somebody, at least a face to go to, somebody to ask questions and get answers from. So that's what really the intent of this center is.
A community COVID-19 center in Koblerville adding to the frontline effort. They're able to refer people for treatment, confirm testing, conduct contact tracing, and provide critical information.
I think it's great that we can capture the positives, positive cases and be able to direct them to their next line of care. And the monoclonal antibodies are to also help reduce any pressure from on the ER and on the ICUs. So anybody with symptoms who gets the monoclonal antibodies, that helps reduce their symptoms and helps reduce the pressure on the hospital and the ER.
Frontliners are able to breathe easier with this new centralized effort.
Immediately once the nursing team or Tent 2 is done doing the swabs, the specimens are brought in here, and then it's processed here on this table, and then they're laid out here for about 15 minutes for the results to come out.
That effort comes with an aggressive education campaign.
This is all close contacts. No one positive enters to this area. It's all negative folks who just are looking for resources on how to safely isolate and safely quarantine.
It's a holistic approach to living with COVID-19.
We have the tools to help you recover from this. We want people to start thinking about living safely with COVID.
Thanks for joining us on another episode of Pacific Matters. We'll see you right here next week.
Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at ITME, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful. They're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
Let us know what's up on our KOAM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the CNMI, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications. Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9.
Make it through the week with Mondays.
heart all up with one dose. My loving baby, please, it's a guarantee. You'll find happiness, you broke your heart. Girl, I've got what you need, just one look. I'll fix your heart all up with one dose of my loving baby, please, it's a guarantee. You'll find happiness. I guess his timing is perfect, he's with you all of the time. It seems my timing's not perfect, but I deserve one try. Just take your time, don't complicate your mind. Nice and slow, it's all in you, I know. Whoa, you broke your heart, girl, I've got what you need. Just one look, I'll fix your heart all up with one dose. My loving baby, please, it's a guarantee. You'll find happiness, you broke your heart. Girl, I've got what you need. Just one look, I'll fix your heart all up with one dose of my loving baby, please, it's a guarantee. You'll find happiness, yeah.
Cello Big Ben. Yeah, I just got on the phone with his mom. I know we're breaking something on KUAM News, but Auntie Clarissa has confirmed that Ben, I don't know if you guys have seen on social media, it's been going around, but he has been hospitalized in, at Good Samaritan Hospital in Puyallup, Washington. From what Auntie Clarissa was able to tell me, he was hospitalized with fluid in his lungs. He tested positive for COVID-19 upon admission, and also sadly suffered a heart attack while he was hospitalized. And Auntie Clarissa, a video called me very emotional. She's asking for everybody's prayers as Ben has just been transferred to the hospital's intensive care unit. And from what Auntie Clarissa was telling me, the staff there at the hospital have informed her that Ben is very, very sick. And so she's kind of asking for the whole island's prayers. And she also asked me to play some of his songs. And God, if there's one thing we definitely love about Ben, it's the music. And, I've known Ben a long time, going back to my late part, Savage K. Ben was one of the artists out of Molesso that Savage kind of took under his wing, and he really found his own voice, obviously, and he's just been such a great part of the local music scene, the live local music scene. Anytime I needed a performance or him to play over at Chiefs Day or whatever, it was never a what, it was always a when, never a why. It was what time do I show up, how long you want me to play for. And so we're definitely praying for Ben over there in Washington State. And we'll give you just a little bit more of his music here on the link. Love this one here. I had people ask me, "What, this song's from Guam?" Yeah, it's from Guam. Damn straight it is. Ben Nangalta sending out our prayers for Big Ben. It's called Don't Want to Lose.
Could you hear me knock? Yeah, I'm knocking on your door. Baby, please let me in, cause I gotta tell you more. I just wanna be a part of what you are. Whatever the case, I'll keep it cured inside a jar. Cause baby, really inspire me. It seems I captured your true beauty. Want nothing more than to comfort me. Yeah, I swear I'll be there. Promise you all my love, baby. No one will come between us, guarantee. Yeah, even if we parted ways, just know my love in me is yours to take. Cause I don't wanna lose. Yeah, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. Yeah, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. Yeah, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose you. Yeah, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. but I know you drink. So could we just throw back a few and talk about the things that you've been through? So what you say, so what you think. No, you don't smoke, but I know you drink. So could we just throw back a few and talk about the things that you've been through? I promise you all my love, baby. No one will come between us, guarantee. Yeah, even if we parted ways, just know my loving is yours to take. Cause I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. Yeah, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose you. Yeah, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. Yeah, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose you. Yeah, I don't wanna lose you. Hey, no, I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose. No, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. Yeah, I don't wanna lose you. Hey, show me the door. I wanna come in. Let me in. Let's be friends. And show me the door. I wanna come in. Let me in. Let's be friends. Think about the choices that you made. Hopefully you make no mistakes. Cause in the end I know you're gonna lose. You've always been confused. I'm only telling the truth. I gave you everything that I can, but it seems it's only I who understands. You've never complimented things I do. It's all about you. If only you knew how to compromise. If only you knew how to tell no lies. Maybe I love you till the end of time. Oh, but not this time. No, not this time. You don't really know, but I don't care. I don't really need you, need you, need you. You don't really know, but I don't care. I don't really need you. It's so hard to please you. You don't really know, but I don't care. I don't really need you, need you, need you. You don't really know, but I don't care. I don't really need you. It's so hard to please you. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, from the start, our love was always complicated. But never did I feel frustrated. I loved you since the first time we dated, but that feeling's gone now, been washed out and faded. I can't believe I broke my scented lamp. You laughed like you didn't give a damn. And now you wanna come back, but I ain't having that. Now I ain't having that. If only you knew how to compromise. Only you knew how to tell no lies. I love you till the end of time. Oh, but not this time. No, not this time. You don't really know, but I don't care. I don't really need you, need you, need you. You don't really know, but I don't care. I don't really need you. It's so hard to please you. You don't really know, but I don't care. I don't really need you, need you, need you. You don't really know, but I don't care. I don't really need you. It's so hard to please you. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa.
Always, man, great stuff from Big Ben Nagalta, who is currently hospitalized in the intensive care unit at Good Samaritan Hospital in Puyallup, Washington. This coming from the family. We actually heard about it yesterday from some family friends, and Ben's mom, Clarissa, asking the island. She said, she told me earlier, we need island prayers for Ben, all right, and play some of his music. So that's what we're doing. This is the first song we played here way back when I was doing Malfunction Show here on I-94. This is the first song that Ben gave to us. It was produced by the late Savage K. It's called I'll Be There. And it's Ben Nagalta. Again, our prayers going out to Ben and his family. You know, Ben is a great musician. He's also a pretty awesome fighter. So fight through this, Big Ben, and our prayers, thoughts, and love going out to you.
Can you stay a while? I need to know if I should just let it go. If you need me, I'll be there. When you need me, I'll be there. Can you stay a while? I need to know if I should just let it go. If you need me, I'll be there. When you need me, I'll be there. It's you who's on my mind most of all the time. I'm just wondering if you'll be my lady. If you can only see that we were meant to be. I swear that in my heart you're the girl from my dreams. Hey, you're the girl from my dreams. You're the girl from my dreams. Oh, she's the girl from my dreams. Can you stay a while? I need to know if I should just let it go. If you need me, I'll be there. When you need me, I'll be there. Can you stay a while? I need to know if I should just let it go. If you need me, I'll be there. When you need me, I'll be there. It's you who's on my mind most of all the time. I'm just wondering if you'll be my lady. If you can only see that we were meant to be. I swear that in my heart you're the girl from my dreams. Hey, you're the girl from my dreams. You're the girl from my dreams. Oh, she's the girl from my dreams. Can you stay a while? I need to know if I should just let it go. If you need me, I'll be there. When you need me, I'll be there. Can you stay a while? I need to know if I should just let it go. If you need me, I'll be there. When you need me, I'll be there. Let's settle down and have a conversation. Whatever you're thinking, I'll be sure to listen. I'm your man. You got what I need. Calling, I'll come running. I'll find what it is you seek. Don't worry, girl, don't worry about a thing. You can put your trust in me. Just say the word, what it is that got you bugging. I'll be there whenever you are stressing. And when I do get close to you, all of your friends ain't got no clue. I just can't wait to be with you, girl. I promise I'll make everything so easy. Girl, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. Love you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, girl. Yeah. Take it how you want it, girl. Girl, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. Loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, girl. Yeah. Take it how you want it, girl. Oh. Take it how you want it, want it. Take it how you want it. Yeah. Take it how you want it, want it. Girl, I'm all yours. Do it how you wanna. Put you on my shoulders. I'll be your shoulder, the plan. Stay forever in my heart. Always by your side till death do us apart. Don't worry, girl, don't worry about a thing. You can put your trust in me. Just say the word, what it is that got you bugging. I'll be there whenever you are stressing. And when I do get close to you, all of your friends ain't got no clue. I just can't wait to be with you, girl. I promise I'll make everything so easy. Girl, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. Loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, girl. Yeah. Take it how you want it, girl. Girl, I'll be faithful. Promise not to hurt your heart. Swear I'm not able. Loved you from the very start. My love's on the table. Take it how you want it, girl. Yeah. Take it how you want it, want it. Take it how you want it, girl. Take it how you want it, yeah. Take it how you want it, want it. Take it how you want it, yeah.
Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Marianas Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Marianas Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Marianas Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
I didn't get screened because I was just afraid of it.
I procrastinated.
I didn't have any symptoms.
I didn't have insurance.
I didn't want to know.
There were several services that was available to me.
I got a mammogram.
Colonoscopy.
I know in my heart that early detection saved my life.
And I just tell people all the time, please go get screened.
Basically, my life was a revolving door of just getting drugs, using drugs. My name is Anne-Marie Sablan. I'm 26 years old and I'm a student at Guam Community College, about to graduate with my associate's degree in human services. Got my high school diploma with GCC's Adult High program. The staff there is very helpful. They're very friendly, and it became like a family dynamic. It's possible for anybody, especially people like me who struggle with addiction.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Maglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage, with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Magonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home. Because what happens in the Pacific matters. The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the CNMI, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Bud Light Seltzer, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
Join KUAM every Wednesday on primetime for Inside Business. It's our new weekly segment featuring the struggle of Guam's businesses during this global pandemic. We'll hear from industry leaders about the difficult decisions they were forced to make to implement cutoffs, layoffs, and shorten hours just to survive. It's the other side effect of COVID, the island's economic crisis. We'll also feature new businesses that managed to open and thrive during these challenging times. It's Inside Business every Wednesday on KUAM News Primetime.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Häagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
life that set me on fire. I never thought a girl could give me that burning, taking me higher, making me want her in so many ways. Every time I think about that lovely lady, she takes me away. 'Cause I know
Hey, good morning.
doesn't need a diamond ring.
941 right here on the link. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN and Jack in the Box. Well, I just got an update. As we're getting this lady, have you guys been listening when this one lady calls? She stays on Chamorro Land Trust property, right? And they're not eligible for the rental assistance program, the ERA, if you will. And so we had heard from the deputy over at Department of Administration that guidance, rules and regs for a homeowner's assistance program, which would cover, well, homeowners, people who pay a mortgage, and offer them assistance. However, Bernie just messaged me that it's still under review at Treasury. They have not heard back yet. And the reason why I was asking is because, like I said, this lady's been calling in. She's a land trust lessee, so she's living on Chamorro Land Trust property, having a hard time, obviously, is not able to avail of the emergency rental assistance. But she was referred to the Office of Homeless and Poverty Prevention. However, the Office of Homelessness and Poverty Prevention does not have a working phone, apparently. I know. Freaking eye roll. And so she had called down to Adelup, and Adelup had told her, oh, we can email Sarah Thomas Netty Dog, who is the head of OHAP. But the problem is, I think she had reached out to the speaker's office, and the speaker's office had emailed Sarah about this lady's circumstances, and they told her they never got a response either. I mean, if you were trying to assist and prevent poverty, then you should have a phone number that works, that people answer. You know, I mean, if you really are, if you're just trying to get bonus points and a cookie for, you know, looking like you're trying to assist people because they're getting paid a lot of money. They are. I'm sorry, but Sarah Thomas Netty Dog's making $90,000 a year. So there's that. And they have staff. I've seen the hiring. They've got a few staff, or one or two staff working under them. So anyway, I mean, you know, I don't want to be a nitpicker, but God donuts, man. If people are calling us trying to get your number, there's something wrong with that. And it's just kind of funny because everybody's got Sarah Thomas Netty Dog's personal number, but they don't want to give it out. Not me. I don't care. I'm that guy. I will give it out. If they can't get a hold of you and you're making 90 G's, I'm sorry. Do your job. So anyway. Yeah, it's 9:44. Good morning. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box this morning. So we've got Cover Me, which is brought to you by our friends at Burger King. Yep. Love Burger King. Was really thinking about Burger King because, well, we got the news that Ben Agalta is in the hospital in Washington State. Not looking good, to be honest with you guys. I spoke with his mom. She was in tears, asking for, what does she call it? Island prayers. She said, we need island prayers. And so, you know, Joe Sir was able to dedicate a healing mass to Ben in Toltu. Okay. Everybody just pray. You're starting to see it on social media. We've got something up on the website. But he was hospitalized with fluid in his lungs. He tested positive upon admission. And then, sadly, suffered a heart attack while in the hospital. The mom told me that just a little bit ago, they transferred him over to the intensive care unit. She was told her son is very, very sick. And so they're really just hoping and praying for the best, which is about all we can do here. That being said, Burger King was a huge sponsor of Live Local Fridays for many years. Ben Nangauta cut his teeth on Live Local Fridays. I mean, this guy played Live Local Fridays, gosh, must have been like 10 times because I'd always call him and ask him, hey, can you jam? Oh, of course, all the way from Molesso. And there was always a Whopper, right? And so thank you to Burger King for driving through Mondays, guys. Don't miss it. Every 10th car gets a free Whopper. Put it on your calendar for next week, Monday. And it's also back, BK's Original Italian chicken sandwich. It's available for a limited time only. It's also brought to you by Docomo Pacific. It's Cover Me right here on the link. Good morning.
Malo ferha Sata jeneni nai Sinanamu Wes hofena Neni malagum Mampus jistitu Sati utungunai Ubasta Hubay jahang ikorason Jangin kun ford niha Nata para Lota sinya utogwi Lobay hu comfort ni malo feron Sa ta janeni nai Sinanamu Hubay jahang ikorason Jangin kun ford niha Nata para Data sinya utogwi Lobay hu konfort ni malo feron Sata jeneni nai Sinanamu Hubay jahang ikorason Hubay jahang ikorason Hubay jahang ikorason.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Bud Light Seltzer, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link, brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the Sinamai, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
Attention basketball fans, the wait is over. Clutch Guam presents the second annual McDonald's High School Basketball Classic, going down December 20th to January 8th at the Father Duenas Jungle. Make sure you come through to watch some high school boys and girls varsity division action. You do not want to miss out. Special thanks going out to KUAM Sports. We'll see you there.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Green eyes and fondant corazón. Sabay prometía una vez panyo sunu isa.
Tuesday, January 4th. Stay tuned. Sean Wolford. I think Shabby is on here too. Good stuff, man. Great. Hey, our daily question. Check it out across our KUAM news social media platforms. Whom would you like to see run for senator in 2022? Good question. You know what's another good question? Maybe for tomorrow I could get Tomas to be like, whom would you not like to see? I'm a hater, sorry. I'm more like, I don't want to see your face anymore at the legislature. You're just doing bad for Guam. I got a list about like 4 or 5, just like, cut it. I'd rather have you above step recruited into some cushy job than have you at the legislature passing laws that benefit you and your family. You know, like I said, New Year's, same old me, guys. Sorry, not sorry. So yeah, go and answer that question. Whom would you like to see run for senator in 2022? One of the names I like, I don't know if he'll do it though. I really think Robert Celestial would be a good candidate for senator. You know what I mean? I mean, that guy has been fighting for this downwinder thing since and everyone said he was. They're like, this guy's cuckoo. There's no way, whatever. And now look where we're at. And anybody who can stick with a cause for that long, you got my vote. And, you know, I asked him, but he was like, no, I'm running from the legislature. So it is what it is. It's 9:55. Guys, tomorrow morning we're getting from the Office of the Governor, Mr. Logan Regis, out of the communications office to talk about the governor's Omicron response. All right. And part of that response is vaccination and boosters. Remember the governor said that like when you prepare for a storm, you put your shutters up That was the analogy she made. And so Jay and I were talking earlier, Jason Solis, KUM News, we were talking earlier about what that means, right? When you put up your shutters, and he had said, well, it means you got to get your shot. So you can get a boost to your vaccine, right? Because it needs a little extra juice in it. You could do that. tinyurl.com/VaxGuam. That's VAX Guam. Okay, that's going on from the 3rd to the 15th at the UOG Fieldhouse at Manila, Monday to Wednesday, 11 to 5, Saturday, 11 to 7. They do take walk-ins, guys, but the turnaround for appointment is very fast. It's very, very fast. So you can make an appointment. I know someone who made an appointment an hour later. They were up at the Fieldhouse, right? So there are availabilities if you got to get a boost, whether it's because you want to, like the governor said, put up your Typhoon shutters. I'm the kind of guy, though, when I put up my Typhoon shutters, it's not coming down. It's just not, right? It's actually safer that way. It sucks, but these damn Sakis are all over the place that no one cares about. You don't hear anything about Sakis. But when you put up the shutters, like when I did stay in a place that had shutters, I put them up because there was a storm that's going to come. Of course, the storm didn't come. But I just left it up because, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm just going to leave it up. So in case anyone tries to break in, you hear them like trying to undo the thing, you know what I mean? You get a heads up, and then you go get your butcher knife, and you wait till they come through the window, and that's when you're like, bam! Ha ha! Sorry, these are thoughts I have sometimes. Yeah, so you can go get your boost. Or let's say you're a newbie, right? You're what do you guys call it? A pure blood is what they call it. I've heard it said. And you don't have any of the juice in you. Start from the beginning. Get your vaccine. You could do it the same. tinyurl.com/VaxGuam. Okay. Also for testing, they've increased the testing days. It was Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's now going to be 6 days a week from 8 to 11. Oh, that's just 3 hours. Wow, that's crazy. Should be longer than that. They should. I mean, why are we still trying to figure out this testing thing, you know? I mean, newsflash, people got jobs. Maybe they want to go get tested after work or, you know, at another time of the day. I mean, 8 to 11 is fine, right? If you don't got a job or, you know, if you work in a job where you can check out for the day or whatever. So it's rapid COVID-19 testing from 8 in the morning till 11 at the old Carnival Grounds in Tizen, Barrigada. Yep. Did you ever think at any point that we would quit testing at the old Carnival Grounds? It would do something new? It's just kind of like we just set our bar so low. Where can we do testing? I don't know. That old Carnival Grounds. All right, we'll just stick with it and run with it. It works. You can also do Northern Public Health, which I think is by appointment only, okay? It's offered on a first-come, first-served basis while supplies last. 4 per vehicle, no symptoms needed. Bring a photo ID. And they don't do the travel-related testing. You got to go pay for that. It's like $200 or something. It's crazy. But they don't do that, okay? Okay. It's 9:58. That's it. Stick a fork in me, but not there. We are done. Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, iTeeny, and Jack in the Box. So proud to present this episode of The Link for Jason Solis, Sabrina Solis Mantanani. You remember, sadly, Bree lost her dad. And so she's over in Vegas. They're trying to figure out the funeral and everything with the family. It's just the most heartbreaking thing. Someone asked me the other day, is she doing okay? Of course she's not doing okay. She lost her dad. So we're just trying to hold it down while she does what she has to do over there. Okay, and so everyone's kind of stepping up. Thank you, guys. We got your 6 with our primetime newscast on the KUAM stations, right? We're on KUAM TV 8, 6 o'clock. We also do it up on the stream at Facebook Live. For the KUAM News team, my name's Chris. This has been another episode of The Link. I'm going to leave you guys with a jam from Ben Nangauta again. Let me see which one, because I played a lot of his. If you guys didn't get the news here, Big Ben is in the hospital over at Washington State. He was, I think, over there where his mom and his sister are staying in Washington State. He was feeling sick. He was hospitalized with fluid in his lungs. Tested positive for COVID-19 upon admission and also suffered a heart attack while he was hospitalized. And so his mom just got the word. And, you know, it's just a bad situation all around. But because Ben has tested positive for COVID, his family is not allowed to visit him in the hospital, which when I spoke to his mom, I mean, that's just, oh my God. You know, so just send your prayers out, guys, especially down in Molesto. I know the prayer power down south has got a little extra oomph on it. So let's go ahead and do that. And we're going to and close with this song from a band that really love. It's called Molesto. And I'm going to tell you guys just a little bit of background on this story. Ben actually wrote part of this song on my back porch in Alahan. That's right. Yep. I used to come over and hang around when I was staying over down at Party Waltz area in Alahan, and I came over and he was like, I got this song. It's called Molesto. And I was like, that's great. If you have a song called Molesto, because there's a song called Alahan, but it was made by some Hawaiians, right? So if you make a song called Molesto and you were like a son of Molesto, dude, you are in like forever. That's what I said. I was like, you're going to be in every fiesta. They're going to play it. You will live on your legend of your music. And I think he's doing that anyway, right? Based on all the great songs he had. But it was just kind of funny because I remember telling him at the time, can you imagine if people found out that you wrote part of this song called Molesto and in Alahan? And don't worry, he wrote some of it in Jotnia and some in Molesto too. So guys, prayers for Big Ben, okay? My name's Chris. This has been The Link. Be safe, Guahan. Esta. Adios.
She wakes up early every morning.